Hey everyone, welcome back to Automation. So lately I've been thinking that the cars that I've been making haven't been particularly good, and today I really want to challenge myself to make something that's decent. In fact, I've kind of set a very high standard for myself. I've decided that today I want to try and make my Magnum Opus, a masterpiece in design, and that is going to really challenge me. Now for this, I've decided that what I want to do is choose this 2008 coupe body. I know Consider had a considerable amount of difficulty with it last time he was trying to design with it. However, I'm looking to challenge myself here, trying to make some good design choices, and well, this is going to be a Magnum Opus, hopefully. But let's be honest, like, this is a good looking body, and it's going to be difficult to design for, especially because most of the mods that I have are not working. I'm using the open beta, so pretty much everything is going to be vanilla. Now, as I'm going through this stuff, it's really important to note that just because I'm making it this way, and I might like it at the end of it, that doesn't mean that you're going to like it. This is my design, so it might not be the best for everybody. Car design, just by nature, is subjective. There are cars that some people like and other people do not. There are cars that people think are extremely beautiful that others don't agree with. It's just how it is. Now for the sake of this build, I am going to put the quality up, and I'm also going to make choices that I might not have chosen otherwise. Basically, I just want to do some interesting ideas here. And also, I do have an idea for a power to weight ratio of 1:1 for this vehicle, which is why I've called it the one. Okay, so what I want to do as well is I want to give it a 60-degree V12, and this is going to be transversely mounted. It will be rear wheel drive, and I guess we'll probably just go with some of the best stuff you can get. So I've raised up the bore and I've sunk down the stroke. Basically, we're going to be able to get a pretty high revving engine out of this, hopefully. Still, 6-liter V12 sounds pretty darn Ferrari to me. Internally, I'm just going to give it some really nice stuff, and we'll turn up the quality of that as well. We're probably not going to even need this quality because this car is going to be light. I'm going to guess it's probably 1,000 kilos at the end of this, maybe less. So we'll probably just go for 1,000 horsepower and call it a day. Oh yeah, I'm going to go VVT and naturally aspirated. That might be a little bit controversial right there. Alright, injection, as you would definitely suspect, ultimate fuel, ITBs, as you would definitely want. And I think that's going to be it for now. No expenses spared, however I am going to make it semi-street legal. We'll just go for good airflow here with 2 straight through exhausts, and that's almost 400 horsepower right out of the gate. Oh wow, 10,000 RPM limit, that sounds excellent to me. Valve float though, keeping us down. Okay, we'll have to work on that, but yikes, this is really nice. Now my goal for this engine and this car in general is to be elegant and not stressed. That's a big thing here, so we'll try and go for 1,000 horsepower just to start off with. First thing first though, gotta increase the exhaust size, and then after that we may end up turning it down just to leave it in like perfect health. We want it to last a long time. Surprisingly, it's actually quite fuel efficient for a V12. Okay, immediately I really like where this is going. We've got 900 horsepower, 9,000 RPM, and that just really goes nicely, so much so that I've turned down the ignition timing just to get a pure 900 horsepower. Also 820 newton meters of torque at 7,200 RPM. This thing is going to fly. Now we just have to make sure that we can get it down to 900 kilos. Alright, now as I mentioned before, I want to use this body right here, the 2008 coupe, although I'm noticing immediately the wheels that it's auto-generated are extremely small, and I have no idea why that is. Hopefully the game is not currently broken right now, but let's go ahead and try and morph this body a little bit to give it a little bit more, I don't know, definition. Thankfully this body has a lot of moving points, so we could like wide body this Ferrari as well. Lots of different options for this, but I do like the way that it was set up normally. I'm just making a few small adjustments. Now I agree with Consider when he was talking about how big this windshield is and you can't bring it down, you can only move it forward. That is a very odd look when you look directly from the front, but from the sides and from the back it looks really nice. Now we do have the option to shrink this kind of pointed nose as well, but I'm gonna leave it out just because I like the point. That might make it really difficult to put a grille on this thing, but yeah, it is a rear or kind of mid-engine. It's on the back axle pretty much, a transverse V12 hovering over the rear, so this thing is going to be a bit of a handful on the streets. But that just means that we can put vents in the back instead of in the front. Yeah, we'll figure that out when we get to it though. Okay, so I'm experimenting with colors a little bit, and it seems like the absolute darkest colors, at least in the base colors, are the ones that mesh the best with this body. Like this purple is really nice, and there's a bunch of different options as well for that, kind of going over to the blues as well. I'm not a big fan of the super dark blue, but I really do like the dark, like forested green as well. Okay, for now I'm gonna go with a plum color. We may end up changing that, but for now the car is purple. And in my attempts to also be different, I've made the top of it black, and I've made a separate carbon fiber black that we can use for trim pieces. And I think the wheels as well are going to be carbon fiber black. Seems like it might be a good color combination there. Might end up changing that, but for now I'm okay with it. So already in this Magnum Opus, or this attempt at a Magnum Opus at least, I've made something that some people will immediately say is not good. And that's okay. Don't worry if that's your opinion. We will continue on anyways, trying to make something decent. Now I do want to try spending a lot of time on this. I'm stressing that more and more, mostly just because I know that it's very easy to just kind of say, okay, that's good enough, but I really want to put some time into this, so that's what I'm going to try and do. I'm just going to start off by putting on some kind of basic wheels, and then awkwardly, they're so weird and small that I'm going to try and fix that first before getting to the actual design of the car. So I'm going to give it a dual clutch with its 7-speed transmission, and right now it's thinking 430 k's an hour, which is pretty darn fast, so we'll just assume that that's correct. We'll keep the quality high as well. This thing is not going to be cheap. Okay, 225s are the widest it'll go, but that doesn't really seem right. That's pretty darn small, probably just because the rims are 20s. Oh yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. Now I know this is a very, very subjective thing, but I like big rims, so I'm gonna put big rims on this car. I'm sorry if you don't like them, but that's just kind of how it is. Okay, I'm happy with that just as a general start. We'll have to tune those rim sizes and wheel sizes to get it down to where we want it to be, but for now, this just kind of looks the part, so we can work with that. Okay, so now that everything is sort of balanced in the way that it should be, I think it's time that we actually focus on doing the back first. Just because the front end is going to be really tricky on this. It's not going to be easy at all to make something out of this because it's so sloped, and I don't know, it's just a hard front end to work with, so we'll work with the flatness of the back first and try and make something cool. Okay, so one of the things I like to do is cut out the bottom piece, and I'm trying to do that using one of these pre-made or prefab things that come with the game, but it's not quite working as I'd like it to. Mostly just because it's kind of cutting out most of the body instead of the parts that I want it to. One of the big issues that I have is that I don't have dog tape, unfortunately, so I'm kind of just screwed here without those mods. Okay, I'm gonna go with that for now just because I kind of like it, and also I want to sort of base the exhaust off of something. But we need to put some reasonable exhaust on here too. These options here are good because I can recolor them, but I'm just going to put that there, and obviously it's a V12, so we need two. Just put those like that and make them quite large, and that means I can also color code them to be carbon fiber exhaust tips. Oh yeah, that's kind of nice actually. So there's a lot of carbon fiber back here, and those stick out quite a lot. Okay, now that we have the exhaust sorted out, it's pretty important that we get some other features in there. I want to do sort of a racing brake, which would be down in the middle here. Doesn't make a ton of sense, but this is sort of a race car, and I don't know, I just feel like that's the right way to go. Okay, in terms of taillights, it's going to be, I think, composite lights this time. I'm not going to just be going with the basic ones, as I would normally do. But I want to kind of make something that'll fit this area nicely, and then use circles to fill it in. Like, my go-to lights for cars like these are generally these ones, but these ones just seem a little bit too basic. I think it needs more than just that. Okay, I can kind of see why this body is so hard to work with. The biggest reason is that fixtures are really slow to move on it for some reason, especially around the curves. It's just a very complicated looking structure, so it seems like that's probably why that is. However, now we do have some lights on the back here that I can kind of use as a base. Obviously I can't just leave it like that, it's just not gonna work. Okay, so this looks kind of cool like that, Very unique design. I don't think I've seen anything like this before. I don't know, I'm gonna have to kind of innovate on this one as well, try to make it a little bit more interesting, because that's probably not gonna do it. Okay, so I'm definitely making some weird stuff happen here. Not exactly sure if this is what I'm gonna go with, but I don't mind it. It might be a little bit overly detailed, but it is unique, which is cool. So I might leave that like that, and also our signals are not going to be amber on this car for some reason. We'll just use the main lights as signals, I guess. So I want to fill out the back just a little bit more. Obviously it's got to have something here, and then probably a piece here as well to give some context to the license plate. Yeah, if that makes any sense. Maybe you'll just have to see what I'm talking about. There's a great debate going on inside of me right now, whether or not I should put this above, so it looks like this, or put it below. And I still don't know. For now I'm going to work under the assumption that it's going to be below, and then I'll write badging things on these just to fill in that space, because I don't want to duplicate these lights. Although I haven't tried that yet. Yeah, that does look a little silly. So I might have gone ahead and over-designed this car to the absolute nines. It is just getting ridiculously carbon fiber, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. I may end up changing this up, but for now I think I need to move on, because this is kind of consuming my life here. That is a lot of different grills and layers all kind of combined to make one New York license plate stand out. But I mean, if you zoom away and you really squint there, you can see the V12 and all of its goodness, and that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted to be able to see it through the back end, and well, that's exactly what I got. Yeah, I'll come back to that later, but for now I think I'm okay with it. This is getting a little bit nuts. And this car is starting to look more like a robot than anything. Okay, moving on to some of the other important pieces. Yeah, I want to add some detail to this that I haven't really thought about before. Stuff like lips on the back and things that are purposefully made for aerodynamics and actually meant to function properly, because most of the time I just slap a big wing on there and say, yeah, that's good enough. Also, I want to do some door handles, but in a slightly unique way, because a car like this wouldn't ruin the lines by having the door handles somewhere over here. They'd likely be hidden, so we gotta figure that out as well. Oh, actually, we could put them up here. That might work. Okay, I'm gonna do that before I forget. Okay, awkwardly enough, I kinda like that. Although, like, a car like this would be super low, so that does make sense. You'd be opening up the door, and then it would swing kinda up like this, I guess. Maybe a slight gull wing door. Not sure. I'll leave that for now, but might change that too. Lots of things on the list there. Okay, before I forget some of the more basic things, let's put some mirrors on the car, and definitely have to be decent ones here as well. Okay, I've definitely got the mirrors that I want for this, and they're essentially useless, practically speaking, but if you look at them, you can actually see out of the back, theoretically. You're not going to have good rear visibility in this no matter what, so they're mostly there for decoration. Okay, I did not think that wipers would be the hardest part about designing this, but they just don't make sense at all on here. Basically nothing does. And that's when you say, screw it, I'm going for a giant center wiper because nothing else works. And of course it's going to be completely carbon fiber, because how could it not be? Okay, that bend there is really janky, but as long as we have wipers, we're good. Alright, I'm not totally done with the back end, so I want to continue on there and kind of just get it completely finished up before we move on to the front, because I'm honestly very afraid of the front, and I'm really hoping that I can get the whole design lingo down before I get to it. But one thing I want to do before we get too far is this roof is just begging for a roof scoop, so I'm going to put one on there, just a small one. Maybe something like that, yeah, exactly. Although, you know what, I really don't mind the look of this one here, and I'm actually gonna leave it so that it just touches that back glass just that little bit. It's kind of like the car has a mohawk, but at the same time not really. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it the same color as the secondary color, so it theoretically matches the roof. Yeah, that's really unique. That's super cool. I like it. Okay, we need to do something on this back end. Like, there has to be some sort of vent back here for this engine, because as you can see, it's pretty massive. It needs some kind of ventilation, and the frame rate dies every time I move over here as well. That's not a good sign. Oh man, it's too bad we don't have the racing fuel caps as well, darn. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna have to use the most basic looking one, and we'll put it on the side here. We'll just make it large and in charge. That'll hopefully fill that up. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking for wings and stuff on the back. Before we get to the vents and such, I want to put one of these on there. If there's a flat spot that it'll fit at the very least. These back lips and things like work very infrequently for me, so I'm just gonna put them on really carefully. Okay, I mean, it's kind of working. Okay, so I have a little wing right here, and I'll just make it carbon fiber so you can see it a bit better. But it kind of just fills in this back end. Unfortunately, it doesn't do it quite as well as I'd like. Like, if I move it out there, it just kind of doesn't look right. That's not too bad, but everything back here is already carbon fiber, so I'm just going to make it a body-colored piece. But I'm thinking as well that that's just not enough. We do need to have at least a wing on there, and for that, oh, I have no idea yet. Got a lot of options. Okay, so I definitely like the look of this one, and I can use it to kind of blend with the other one as well. That's not bad at all. That's really nice, actually. If I move this forward, they can kind of merge together, and then I think that's something that's worthwhile. Yeah, this wing doesn't have to be massive. It just needs to be just like this, I think. I might try a different variant of it, but nah, you know what? I like the open back. I think that's going to be better for us. The extra brake light doesn't seem necessary either, so I think I'm just going to leave it nice and empty just like that. Nice. I like this. I like the way this is going. Now there's a bit of a theme here going on because this is a roof scoop, although I mean it's not really doing roof scoop things right now. It lays flat on the top of the car, but it kind of makes a nice like point down to the back here following the window line, and I want to try to use that for vent purposes. Now one could argue I've got enough ventilation on the back, and that is definitely true. That is a lot of vents back there. But I think I might be able to do just a touch better. Okay, so here's what I've done. As you would suspect, the entire back window is blocked off now by body-colored panels, but we have some massive vents in the back which are ramming air down into presumably the intercooler, which is going to be in the back somewhere. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for. I extended this all the way down into here, and those are providing ventilation. Theoretically, it probably wouldn't work realistically, but it looks pretty smooth on the back there. I like it a lot, so I think that's what I'm going to go with. Now from this angle, the car looks super nice, and it's going to be a lot lower as well, but I think we definitely need to get this front end dealt with before I go a little bit crazy here. Now what I want to do is invoke this same sort of design language, which I've actually really warmed up to for some reason. I actually like this back end a lot now, and I think I'm going to leave it. Let me know what you think of it. I think it's a little bit controversial in my mind as to whether or not this is good, but it's definitely different. So let's try and do something similar on the front and see what we can come up with. Okay, so I've been designing for a long time, but before we get to the front, I just want to quickly start to do some of the things that are going to allow us to fit the suspension on. And that just means that we can lower the car and kind of see what it'll look like. Oh yeah, this is going to be a very luxurious car, and we will make sure to increase the quality as well. If it ends up being more or less than 900 kilos, we'll adjust this, but we'll come back to it when we need to. Okay, so here's the suspension. Let's go active sport. With a semi-active thing. Oh, the rear tires have blown, so the car doesn't even drive, and a race preset puts us way too high in ride height. So that's kind of what it's going to look like overall. And just to get an idea, we're currently rolling 1,251 kilos, so we'll probably have to take the interior quality down a notch to fix that, but overall it's looking pretty decent. Okay, so I was a little bit worried there for a second in terms of the weight of the car, but I have managed to get it down below 900 just by messing with some things. Specifically, the safety weight was very significant, so I've changed that now. But I think it's time that we fix this front end up. We made it look nice, and we come up with something that also looks decent for this car. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to do the same thing that I did on the other side over here. This time though, I'll try to fake it in a little bit differently. See, it doesn't quite line up the way you would want it to with the lines of the hood, so it's possible, but it does look a little bit awkward. Okay, slightly ditching that idea just because it didn't quite fit the way I wanted it to. However, I might be able to do it with something else. Okay, so before we start off, let's just try to use one of these basic default bumper pieces and see what that looks like on the front of here. just to have an idea of what it might do. Okay, apparently nothing, and now it's in. But man, oh man, that looks way, way out of place. Okay, so here's my thinking on this. Let's not go for huge lights, let's just go for very thin LED style ones that kind of just go underneath here, just to try that and see what it does. Basically, I want to be able to, well, the car itself doesn't have big lights in general, but I want to be able to make it like a bit of a stealth look. So it's not going to have anything up here really other than badging. Although badging, I haven't even really thought of yet. I don't know what happened, but all of my regular automation badges have disappeared, so we're just going to be using the lettering, I would assume. Okay, so in order to accomplish this look that I'm looking for, it's not going to be easy at all. Mostly because I have no glow stick mod here. We're just going to be working with the default stuff, because I think that's all I've got. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for front lights. It's a little bit weird, but it should work out reasonably well. It might not work in Beam too well. It probably is just going to have one light source on each side or something instead of the usual pieces that it should have, but having these on there like that just gives it this nice, like, very sleek look. It's very modern, and I think it fits well with this body, so that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so we do need to have some kind of downforce on the front end, otherwise this is simply not going to work. We need to have some sort of downforce because wheel spin is an issue, and oversteer and lots of other things. We're gonna have to fix all of that eventually. I'm okay with having warnings, but not that many warnings. So let's start putting on some of these lips, just to see which ones kind of fit it best. This is a really wide car, so these lips are gonna be huge. That doesn't mean I'm actually gonna use them though. I might try to make my own. We shall see. Like, look at that thing, it looks like an airplane. Oh yeah, no, these stick out way too much. I think I'm gonna have to do something a bit different. So what we can do if we really need to is do hidden lips. That's not advisable for showcases and stuff, but in terms of just random modeling like this, that's totally fine. I'm a big fan of this splitter just because, or I guess it's a lip at this point, but just because it's so massive. Like, it's such a huge, thick piece that you can move it around and give cars a completely different look because of it. Like, look at that, that's just completely different. Having it body colored is a bit weird maybe, but I might try to put more side pieces on here too. Let me see if I can get that to work. Having it form around is very challenging, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. Basically, you can kind of form it in just like that. It does look a little bit off. Overall, it's pretty smooth, so I think I'm going to leave that that bumper just like it is. Although, let's test it out in carbon fiber trim and see what it looks like there. Well, that's interesting. You know, I feel like if I do this, I have to put carbon fiber trim all around it, and I really don't mind, so I'm going to give that a shot as well. Well, that's a little bit of unexpected definition to this that I didn't think was going to happen, but it basically just ties the whole car together in a slightly awkward way. And I'm going to try to put one on the back here too. We'll see what that looks like. Okay, as you would suspect, it does not work at all, so we'll just stick with the front and sides. Yeah, that's definitely an interesting look for the car. I don't know how I feel about it yet, but we'll see it when it goes out on the streets, and it might be good. Okay, just out of curiosity, I'm going to load it up into a photo scene here. Not going to take any pictures or anything, but I just want to see what it looks like when it loads it all together. But that is a much smoother thing there than I thought it was, so that's good. Okay, so this is what it looks like so far. Obviously not done with the front end yet. We need a touch of work there. But overall, I think it's coming together. Let's just look at the back end. Oh, you know what? That does look a little bit better in the photo scenes than it does normally, at least if it's completely out of focus. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about these side pieces yet. We'll come back to that again once the front end is totally finished. From a distance though, it's looking pretty okay. I think this is getting somewhere good. One thing I like is that these lights under here are pretty understated, and they're just kind of hard to see as well if you're not looking for them. Yeah, it seems like this whole side is pretty blank, and then over here it kind of gets busy, and then if you go to the back, it's real busy. Okay, so I decided I don't like those side pieces, so I ended up taking them off. I kind of like the side of this car looking the way it is. It's nice and clean. Something in here might work, but I don't know. I kind of just like those lines the way they are, so I'm going to leave it. Overall though, the front end still needs some work, and that is the last piece of the puzzle. But I think it's time that I actually put some vents on this thing. It needs some sort of design on the front, even if I'm a bit scared to put it there. Oh man, I'm struggling so much with this one. I've just kind of gone ahead and done a couple other pieces. I decided to put a 1 on the back, and it's got a bird symbol on the front of it. But other than that, I've just doubled up the lights on the front, and I'm not sure what else to do. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take some design elements from some of my previous cars, because I'm struggling so much with this. I'm gonna leave this piece here, although I've done that before on quite a few other ones, but I think it kind of matches the front end a little bit, which is nice. Maybe just a little bit smaller. It doesn't need to be that big. Now, something else that I liked that Consider did on his, so I'm gonna kind of steal that idea. Sorry about this, but I like that the front grille here, it just kind of matches with it perfectly. So I'm gonna take that idea and just kind of use it for my own purposes as well. Plus it covers up the joint between the lights, so I think that looks pretty cool. And in order to tie things together just that little bit more, I'm gonna make it a long version, the long boy version. And then we'll shrink it down just a touch so it kind of fits in there nicely. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to call it here. Oh man, it has been a while as I've been making this, but looking at this, I think I'm okay with it. The front end does not have as much detail as I'd like. I'm omitting stuff like a front license plate. I don't think it really needs that, but just kind of this front part is quite large. I'd like to be able to cut it down actually, but overall it seems okay. One thing I wanted to do was just make the lights look like they're actually part of the car, so I've added little vents here, and then this piece here also covers up the ends of them, so it just kind of brings it together and makes it look a little bit nicer. But yeah, overall I think that's okay. It's definitely a unique looking vehicle, that's for sure. I'm particularly proud with the back end. I really like the way that this side went, but as I suspected, I had a lot of trouble with the front. But let me know what you think. Let me know what you would probably do to this front end. There are quite a few options here, but it's tricky because of the slant and everything. This body is a difficult one to design for, no doubt about that. Okay, so it's probably been a while since you've seen this. It has been for me. It's been basically an hour actually. So we're currently going all the way up to 450 Ks. With still severe wheel spin issues and downforce that bottoms out our suspension. Great. Looking at this, realistically speaking, 450 Ks is apparently quite accurate, so let's go ahead and just leave it right there just like that. 7 gears, dual clutch, 0 to 100 in 2.4 seconds. This thing is quick. You can see that our weight is 929.4 kilos, and we actually have a fuel economy of 7 liters per 100 kilometers, which is much better than my current daily driver. So that is very surprising. It seems like I need to buy a 900 horsepower Ferrari to get better fuel economy. Okay, so wheel spin is 27% and it's mostly in first, second, and third. I guess that's kind of what you would suspect. Top speed of 80 in first is actually pretty reasonable. I mean, we could shorten that, but it's just going to make wheel spin worse. So not 100% sure what we should do there. We'll have to come back to that most likely. Like, having short gears is not a bad thing. But we don't want first to be too slow, obviously, otherwise the car is going to feel very slow. So I'll leave it at 60 for now. We might come back to that later. Okay, back over to the wheels themselves. I've actually shrunk them down considerably. One of the things that's causing us to weigh a lot is the rim offsets are massive. Because this thing has pretty thin wheels, all things considered. It doesn't need super thick wheels to drive, but our wheel spin is causing issues. Now, interestingly, something I've just noticed, and I don't know if this has been there the whole time or if I'm just a complete idiot, but there's a recommended width right there on the wheel width thing. So our recommended width is 190 and the current width is 200. So it's just a little bit more than what they recommend. I'm going to turn it up anyways because I think we need that extra width on the front and the back especially. Okay, so it's going to be huge wheels on the back, which is probably what you would suspect because it's rear wheel drive and the engine is on the back, so we would probably be needing something like that. However, I think I'm going to shrink the front end just a little bit more and we'll have to mess with the offsets. But you can see there that isn't too bad. We're falling in line. Good sportiness. Apparently, low drivability and safety are causing us major issues in terms of automation's actual stats, but for me it's fine. Okay, so our sportiness is peaking right now at 99.1%, drivability 89%. Not a big deal there, but that's 315s and 245s, which is actually quite nice. I like the look of this. and I think that's going to be nice for us. So if we put some big offset on the rear wheels, then we can put a little bit more on the fronts, and it seems, you know what, I don't want those to peek out too much. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine just like that, as long as the graphs agree with me. Yep, that's looking pretty good right there. Wheel spin's still an issue, even with semi-slicks and carbon fiber rims. Now the rear is where most of the braking is needed because, well, that's where the weight of this car is. However, I think I'm just going to kind of mess that up a little bit, because otherwise we're going to end up with really big back brakes, and that just doesn't make sense. Okay, so I have the brake bias up to 50-50. We're gonna be fine in terms of sizing here, I think. Although, realistically speaking, the back brakes should be all the way up here, and then the fronts, well, that's already way too much power. I think this thing's going to have ABS, otherwise it's just not gonna work well, because the way it's currently set up, it's 50-50, both brakes the same size. Everything is 1-to-1 on this. One trick that I've used many times before, that I'm actually going to use on this as well, is I'm going to turn down the pad type, put it way into comfort territory, and the reason for that is I can make the brakes bigger, and that means that they won't fade as easily just because they're much larger discs. Obviously though, we're going to find out, oh wow, that is, we're like deep into understeer territory there, yikes. Okay, so we have some work to do then. We're currently making great downforce on the rear, but on the front, not so much. We've got a lot of uplift, so we're gonna have to work on that. Even without using the downforce preset, we're still making 638 kilos of downforce at 422 kilometers an hour, which is crazy on the back end. But that means that the front end is going to be spinning us out because, well, it's got uplift, so we have to fix that. So I'm going to sacrifice rear downforce for some front downforce, and that gives us just a little bit. It's not great. Let me put that on. Oh, okay, there we go. We finally have what we needed, and also it's probably going to bottom out suspension. Not too worried about that, but that does fix this graph a little bit. Okay, I've gone into active wing territory now. That basically just increases our weight, but it also means that it balances things out a little bit better. So we go from 724 in the back and then 12 in the front at that speed, back to 50 and 469. So I think that's probably a good compromise. We will have to see though. I can also turn down the rear wing angle, which is going to make things a little bit worse here, but it is giving us more front downforce. Understeer is not great, but oh man, this thing is going to be a handful to drive otherwise. Okay, this is very strange, but this is a little bit better than it was. Basically, if we can get it slightly out of that understeer territory, we'll be doing some good, so that's kind of what I'm going for. But that gives us some front downforce, which is quite needed these days. Like, I'm kind of the opinion at this point, and I'm not sure if this is accurate or not, we will find out, but it seems like having 187 kilos of downforce in the back is better in this case than 750 or whatever it was, if we have more in the front to balance it out. Like, having a lot on the back is good, but then not having any on the front is bad if it's such a huge difference between them. Like, this seems like it would be a lot more drivable than the alternative, so we'll see what that does. I know it's complaining, the rear tires are blowing and stuff like that, but we will see if this actually is functional. Okay, what I'm going to do though is I'm going to compromise a little bit on my compromise, and I'm only going to put it down to 15. So we still have 289 kilos in the rear, but we do have a cool 91 in the front, so that should help us. The best way to deal with this, by the way, is just to put more wings on the front, but I don't want to. I mean, if it doesn't drive well, then I will, but for now I just kind of want to leave it as is. It's crazy that this one wing, and I guess the lip on the back as well, are doing that much downforce for us. With all this downforce messing, we have actually gained top speed, so I'm going to increase this as well, and that is not helping with our wheel spin at all. That put us a little bit out of the proper territory, but that was just because our rear tires were exploding due to our newfound downforce. So I think having it set up like this, we're going to need to change things just that little bit extra. Turn the fronts down, turn the rears up. Oh, that is nice right there. 99.5. That's actually better than it was before. Oh yeah, now we're down to 20s, by the way, for those who were potentially complaining about rim size. And the offset as well is looking pretty decent. Okay, the brakes are entirely screwed up now. Gonna have to redo this one again, and I'll go back through everything else and make sure that it's fine as well. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, because weight is going up. We're either going to have to inject more power into this car or start taking weight out of it. And what the heck is going on here? Okay, apparently the model of the car has shifted around somewhat, as strange as that is. Okay, so as it turns out, 6-piston carbon ceramic brakes were the only way to make this work nicely. They are extremely expensive, and that's okay. But now our braking is quite nice, from top speed to 0 in 6 seconds. Crazy. Okay, back over here, things are looking pretty normal. Nothing's really changed there. Wheel spin obviously is still an issue, but at this point it's a rear-wheel drive car. There's not much we can do about that unless we have full slicks. This is still broken. This is just a little bit over what I'd like it to be, but I think we're going to be able to leave it. I guess what we could do, we could take out a seat and maybe go to just half seats. One single seat appears to be ever so slightly less than half seats, so I'm going to leave the one seat in there, and I'll drop it down to a basic interior as well, so we get as close as we can to that goal of 1-to-1. Okay, back over to the suspension. I know this is a very long video, and I apologize for that. We're not going to spend too much time in beam, but sportiness is 99.9%. Oh man, that's beautiful. Okay, let's actually do some self-tuning on the suspension here. Just the race preset alone probably isn't going to work for us. I'm thinking we need to make these dampers just that extra bit harder in the front and the back, just to help with this suspension bottoming out issue. Although we're not having that anymore, I'm guessing it's probably going to happen anyways. Now the rear is particularly important because that's where most of the weight is. We want the car to be firm, but not too firm, so I think this is going to be okay. We'll just leave that as is for now. It's just a little bit of a tweaked race preset. I'm trying to get better at tweaking suspension, so that's my purpose in doing that. And overall, the car is looking pretty hot. That's 460 kilometers an hour top speed. Wow, it is. Oh no, how many zeros is that? It's $10.6 million for this vehicle. I don't think anybody would realistically want to pay that. Okay, I think after about 2 hours, I am ready to go with this one. It's got a perfect name for it now. I'm just calling it the 1-to-1, but it's a Magnum Opus 1, and I hope that you like the way that it looks. Let's try it out in Beam and see if it's as terrible to drive as I suspect it is, but you know what, even if it is, I can come back and tweak it a little bit. This is going to be an ongoing project. I'm probably not going to show that just because of how long this video is already, but you'll be able to see it hopefully more in a few episodes. But safe to say I'm feeling a little bit better about things. I'm happy that this car turned out this way. Alright, let's try it out in Beam. So here is what the car looks like in Automation's photo mode, and here is what the car looks like in Beam. The purple is so much different, and also carbon fiber is just not working, and transparency isn't working at all. Yeah, that's just kind of how it works, but I didn't really design this one for Beam. I'm using colors that I wouldn't normally use, and presets that I wouldn't normally use either, but I'm happy to say that this thing is absolutely horrible in terms of wheel spin, but everything else is great, so let's take it for a drive. Oh yeah, the V12 sounds good. I'm thankful for that. The lights turned out pretty decent as well, although awkwardly there seems to be a bit of a red beam somewhere in there, in a place where it shouldn't be. But yeah, the front lights especially, they're working out quite nicely, and you can see that the whole thing lights up, which is really cool. So I'll definitely be using those again in the future. Anyways, let's take it for a drive, and I'll show you what I mean by the wheel spin. Okay, so we can start off pretty much going in first gear without any issues. It goes all the way up to 80 kilometers an hour in first gear. So if you really wanted to, you can do pretty much every road in first gear except for highways. However, if you want to try and go quick, you're going to have to get up into the other 7. And that's where things get dangerous. Because if you accelerate past first gear, you're fine. But as soon as you kind of get up into these high gears, you're okay as well. It's relatively stable at high speeds, which is a good thing. As I say that, I'm about to crash. Well, now you can get a good look at the engine just kind of hanging out the back there. Especially if you're in drive, from what I found, if you try to do like a big acceleration, like I'll attempt to do one right now, it just kind of goes way off on the wheel spin. Like we're moving fast, but our wheels are getting a little bit ahead of us there, and it just makes it really hard to try and drive it straight. You have to be very conservative with this car. It's a rear-wheel drive car, so it's very much a hit or miss in terms of setup. Like, the rear-wheel drive cars can be fast, as we've shown through different showcases, but they are much harder to drive, and you really have to be careful in acceleration, especially accelerating around corners. Now, I'm definitely not the right person to comment on the car's setup overall. I mean, I have driven a lot of cars at this point in, like automation cars, I mean, in Beam, but I can't say that this one's excellent or bad or anything like that. It just seems to be very normal. There's nothing particularly special about it for rear-wheel drive, that is. It would have been good to make it all-wheel drive, but I can't do a mid-transverse all-wheel drive car. They took out that option. So in terms of tests for this, I'm not even sure what to do with it. It's basically a hypercar. Or supercar that's gone on steroids. It's a bit more powerful than your average GTR, but it's also I don't know, maybe not as elegant or luxurious as a Ferrari, somewhere in between. Being 900 kilos and also having 900 horsepower is really cool, and I also like how the brakes are matching as well, pretty much. It's just kind of a weird combination of things, and I don't know, I like it. So yeah, I know this video is already way too long, basically just because that last segment took me 2 hours to make instead of the usual hour, which is fine, it's definitely worth it. I wanted to try and challenge myself to make something good, and I really want to know what you think of it. Base it on the automation look though, don't base it on what it looks like in Beam, please. Now obviously I made mistakes, that just seems to come with the territory. I'm always going to be making mistakes, but yeah, that's, I don't know, it's a pretty decent build. I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's a little bit plain overall, but I'm very happy with the back end, at least the way it looks like in automation, not so much in this game. Now I tend to bring cars to this map because I want to test them for various purposes, including this surface right here, which I think is drag strip material, although it could also be wet. Not 100% on that, but let's go ahead and give it a shot and see if it still wheel spins as badly along this, I don't know, 50-meter run or something like that. Oh wow, it wheelies. Okay, now that is pretty cool. Yeah, I can definitely see this car being a very good drag car. I'm very interested actually to try that now. Okay, before we end this video, I'm going to quickly go to the West Coast map. Let's do a drag run and just see what this thing will do. Okay, firstly, before we get too far, I just want to set a quick benchmark. Let's go ahead and use my current, I don't know, daily driver thing for it. We'll face ourselves against a similar performance opponent, which would be this thing here. Apparently a PC Master Race Special. I do not know when I got that mod, but let's go ahead and give this one a try. Okay, that car does seem to be a little bit quick, and I am genuinely afraid of it, but we'll see if we can match it in terms of performance with this one. Oh yeah, no, that is a little bit spooky, but I might be able to do something here. I know this is totally off topic at this point, but I'm actually invested at this point. Okay, that's pretty decent. Oh, I missed a shift there. Up into 5th, 6th. I think this thing only has 6 gears. Ooh, that was close. 10 seconds. Oh, wow. That was really close. Okay, hold on. Let's, let me try out this new car and see if we can do better than that. Alright, so I spawned it in, and I'm gonna go ahead and race against the V6 R4 Hill Climb Twin Turbo Covet. So I'm probably gonna have a decent challenge here, just as a quick run. This is gonna be fun though, this is gonna be really fun. Okay, so we're up to the line, let's drop it into neutral. That car is really loud. Oh, wheelie right off the line, holy crap, this thing is fast. What on this earth? Okay, how can I even control that? Wow, just look at that setup there. We drove so hard. Oh man, okay, I have to do that again. I just have to do that again. So apparently my Magnum Opus wheelies off the line, which is not great. But let's go ahead and try this one more time. I had to recover it there. And okay, so wheelies are inevitable here, and there's nothing I can do to avoid that, but just in terms of raw power, that is insane. 9.2, not an amazing time, but I think if we could keep it on the ground, that car would be wickedly fast. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. My Magnum Opus is complete. If you have any suggestions on how to improve it, please feel free to drop them in the comments. And if you enjoyed this content, be sure to subscribe. I'm going to keep making good videos like these. I'm going to try to inject a little bit more quality into my content and not just kind of put out stuff that I'm not exactly happy with, as I've been doing lately. Hey everyone, I'm back in automation today because I think it's time that I made some improvements to my Magnum Opus. So this is how the car turned out after the last video. You can see the sort of gimmick of it is that it's one-to-one, but it's also supposed to be a design masterpiece. Masterpiece is in quotes still. I really did try on this car, especially on the back end. I'm a big fan of that, but I think the rest of the car is a little bit lacking, and I can definitely do more to it. So I've got a picture of a LaFerrari here. That's what this body is supposed to be, and we're going to take some design elements from a car that is very lovely and try to use those on this car as well to kind of transfer some of that prestige. Obviously I'm not going to be able to do it perfectly, and I'm not trying to make this car into a LaFerrari. This is just going to be my own interpretation of it, using some of the ideas from the actual Ferrari people who made this body in the first place. So today we'll be fixing some of the issues that I was thinking of when I was driving into BeamNG, especially the driving characteristics of it are not great. And also some of the design. I think the back is fine. I might tweak the transparency a little bit to cut it off here. But other than that, it's pretty okay. So we need to focus on the sides and the front and kind of just make something a little bit more detailed than this. It does look very plain, so I've got to be able to do more. First thing I'm going to do though, and this might surprise you, but the engine placement being mid-transverse, it's not working out. It's unfortunately causing us to have to be rear-wheel drive, and I'm going to go ahead and change it to longitudinal. This might mess up the car quite significantly, but we will see. Now the engine itself shouldn't have to change here. Apparently it's now making 1,200 horsepower in this version of automation, so something has indeed changed. Originally it was a 6-liter V12 making 900 horsepower, which was quite nice, naturally aspirated because turbo tuning is not my specialty. But now that it's making 1200 horsepower, we're going to have to struggle a little bit to get to the 1-to-1 ratio. Okay, that's quite strange because it says 1200 up here and then it says 900 down here. I don't know if this is just the graph freaking out or something, but I'm going to go by the power here. I have not changed the engine at all, so we'll just leave that. This is the open beta, so there are bound to be small issues. Okay, the body itself is staying the same. We'll have to make the rims carbon fiber again, but now you can see that V12 kind of hanging out the back a little bit more. It's not quite a sight to behold as it used to be in the back end, because you could usually see the pipes and everything, but that's going to be fine just there. Okay, so the wheels are back to being carbon fiber, which is good. I might change the mirrors to be purple, because the LaFerrari mirrors are red just like the car is. But other than that, paint aside, I'm not going to change anything. Here's the big thing though, all-wheel drive is now a possibility for us, and that is going to help out a lot. This kind of stuff here might change the tuning, so I'll come back to it at some point, but for now, I think that's pretty important. And then if we go to the summary, we can, well, we're weighing a little bit more than we should be, so we might have to crank up the power just a touch, or we'll dial back the weight in some way. I'll just try and figure out how to do that. Okay, so immediately onto the design here. I'm going to do some small things that, like I said, I was planning on doing. So the LaFerrari's fuel cap is actually right here. I don't know how I nailed that, but apparently I was right the first time. It's just a little bit over, so I'm going to do that. And then over here, let's see if we can change these rim or these mirror pieces separately. Yeah, okay, I do like the purple mirrors, so I'm going to leave those. They do seem to be a little bit small, especially in comparison to the car we're kind of basing this off of, at least very loosely basing, so I'm just going to increase the size of them just a touch, and I think that's going to be good. Now the front end kind of drew about a bunch of controversy. Well, not really that much controversy, but it was something that divided people. It's like, is this good? Is this bad? I don't like this lip, and I don't like the way that I did that. I'm fine with these lights, but I'm not sure about it either. That's one of those things I'm kind of torn on. I'm fine with having lights up here, but I thought that this would kind of be a cool touch. And then another thing I want to do is kind of carve out these inner vents here. That would be ideal. And then the back end, probably up on the top on these wing sections, we can put some pieces here to kind of emulate that style as well. Okay, that's a lot of talk, but I should probably get started. I'm still in the open beta as I was before, but the good news today is that there are a lot more mods working for the open beta. So I have full interior mods, although I don't have dog tape, so it's kind of useless. but I do have a bunch more wheels, bunch more exhaust, and a bunch more lips and stuff to work with. One good thing that's changed is that the Super GT kit has made it over to the open beta, so I can use these parts here to kind of come up with this aerodynamic design that the LaFerrari has. Basically all of this is cut out, and it's got a double splitter which runs off of this piece here. Now I'm fine with this kind of design in this area, but I will try to emulate something out of that. I'm not sure if we're going to have the double splitter going on, but we'll see. Now accomplishing this is going to be no small feat. I'm definitely going to be relying on these mods and these different objects that we have to kind of make this work. Stuff like this is getting there, but you can see this sticks out just a little bit too much, I think. It's close, but just a little too far. You know, I kind of like that. I'm unsure about it still, but I kind of like the way that it's looking. And that means that this is going to potentially have to change here as well. I'm going to try to make some vents that'll go in this to give it some depth. But again, we'll see. Now, what's probably the most simple way to do this is just to take pieces like these and kind of just slap them in there. And then you can see it cuts out the body a little bit, gives it some depth. These don't look particularly good on the side of this car though. And they don't look particularly good on the front either, so I'll give you an idea of what I'm going for though. Like if I make these carbon fiber, then it's kind of emulating what I'm going for, just like a deep hole in the car. But then if I raise this up, I can have it kind of go into the light a little bit, and then that kind of gives it a bit more depth. I think it's cool. Like that by itself gives the car a lot more definition, so I think I'm on the right path here. Okay, so these are mod fixtures that kind of allow for what I was thinking about, and that is really darn cool. I think that this is going to work out pretty much exactly how I wanted, and then we'll kind of have to drag things down here, or actually I could probably just make these bigger and lower them. If they would lower, that is. Okay, this is cool. I like the way that this is going. It's kind of like a big smiling face on there. It's angry looking now. I like having this piece here as well because it mixes it up, and I like how these cross over and kind of make a... Well, it's sort of like the LaFerrari's thing, except obviously not doing a double wing. So I'm immediately liking the way that this is going, and I'm kind of thinking about other detail that we can add. Like a symbol here perhaps would be good. I think last time my badges were broken or something, so I didn't add one, but this time around, let's add something on there. And this time around, I think I'll use this, I guess it's a, well, it's a bird of some kind, so that's close enough. Magnum Opus, here we go. Maybe an eagle or a hawk or something? Not sure. It seems to have talons. But that actually looks really darn good right there. Okay, so we have our big splitter, which is maybe not quite the right shape, but it does work for what we're going for here. There are quite a few other options, but I found that the one, like the first one here is probably the best one for this cause. And then basically all I did was make it carbon fiber. That's just the thing with this car. If you're not sure what to make it, it's got to be carbon fiber. I was considering putting on a full Super GT kit worth of parts, but I think I'm going to avoid that. I was actually thinking though, something that would be really cool, and I want to try this. On the actual car, I guess this is sort of turning into a LaFerrari build, even though that's not what I was intending, but there are these kind of black pieces that show the trim kind of along here, and there's a piece along here as well, and I think it'd be cool to try and emulate that, plus up here on the sides too. So yeah, I might be able to do that with these. Like this car for me is all about going way over the top of my usual designs, so if I can find some small detail to build upon, then I'm doing it right. Okay, there doesn't actually seem to be a body line here to follow, which is unfortunate for the front end. I'm assuming it lines up somewhere with the door, but I'm actually just going to leave that one, and I'll try and do this side first, and we'll see what this looks like before moving on to that other one. Thankfully these trim pieces are very moldable and very usable. As I say that, it glitches out. Okay, so apparently this is now enveloped inside of the body, so that's quite strange. Apparently this this crack here has magical powers. Okay, that's maybe not quite as elegant as the actual car, so I'm just gonna erase that and just make my own body line here. Following the actual car's cuts, it doesn't work out quite as nicely as I would hope. Yeah, that's probably as good as that's gonna get, unfortunately. It looks okay though, I'll keep it for now. And then gotta do the same thing back here. It's a nice way to make it tie from the wheel over into the back end, so I think this will be fun. Thank goodness for the copyability as well, because that's almost perfect size right out of the gate. So that's what the back looks like. I'm happiest with that so far in terms of this trim attempt. But the car is very slowly coming together, so I'm hopeful that things will turn out okay here. Just minor changes make a significant difference. And I'm sure the car is going to be way more drivable now that it's got all-wheel drive as well. Once I tune it, that is. Okay, so I put a bit more work into the front end, and I've got these body molding parts right here, which I think look extremely good. I'm very happy with that. And I've kind of sectioned this off as well with a couple of other body molding parts that just break up the front a little bit. And then I put another one of these lips down here, which I think ties it all together. It's hard to see it. We'll have to go into photo mode, I think, to see the full thing, but yeah, that's what I'm going with for now. I'm really liking the complexity of this. I think it's coming together in a way that I didn't think it would, so I'm very happy. Now, some other ideas that I got from looking at this LaFerrari include in making the hood have a little bit more definition. Now, most of this stuff can stay the same pretty much here over to here is going to be just as it is. But I want to add some stuff here. I know that the actual car has a bunch of vents here. I tried to do that last time. I tried to put them here, but it was pretty challenging. So I'll try to put some here and see if I can make that work a bit better. So it's kind of strange because the vents are similar to this maybe, although that is not the right shape at all for this. So I'm probably going to have to make something custom instead of relying on pre-made stuff, which is very much par for the course on this build. All of this is custom. Custom as in I didn't just take one of these full fixture pieces here and just kind of slap one of them on, because you can do that and just kind of have your grille and lights and definition and all that stuff, but I'm trying to make this unique. Okay, so admittedly I wish these didn't go as deep as they do, because it doesn't make any sense at all. It's just so deep. It just kind of goes right into the car, like deep down in there, so I'm gonna pretend that I don't see that for now. Because I kind of like the way that these things look, and I like having two of them on there as well. I think what I might do though is I'm going to shrink them to be a bit smaller so they're a little bit less noticeable, and then I'm going to add a little bit more detail to them. But you can see that from a distance especially looks pretty darn good. So I had this idea when I was doing this, like the LaFerrari has a little kind of spoiler piece on the front end that I guess directs air out of these or into them. I'm not sure what this is even for on the car, and this spoiler here is actually going to work probably pretty well for it. These spoilers are always extremely finicky, so oh no, never mind now. Let me try that again. Now it's literally just like a small air dam there. That's quite a bit out. You know what, that's a little bit too much, isn't it? Darn, okay, I'm gonna have to try something else. Yeah, these spoilers are cool, but they kinda just never work for what I'm going for. That seems to be a very consistent thing, so let me try a lip instead. There's so much detail going on with this car that it's unfortunately lagging the game quite significantly anytime I try to do something with transparency. Oh, the frame rate just dies, even on my beastly computer. Okay, it's been a while, but I think that's my final design. We have the massively in-depth holes in the bonnet, and yeah, you can probably put your groceries in there. It's just early access to your trunk. That's pretty much it. But I think I'm good with the front end. Like, I really like the lights still. I wanted to hang on to those. I didn't want to go for like actual LaFerrari style lights. That is something I could do, but I kind of just like the way that this looks as is. I don't want to change the Magnum Opus too much. It needs to be small, a little bit subtle changes over time, and that's kind of what this is. And this is kind of cool. So I think it's time to move on to the sides, and this is where things get a little bit more interesting because I need to cut this out without using dog tape, and I also want to put some detail here, and then I think that might be it, other than the back end, which I may or may not fix in this video, we'll see. I guess not much is really going on in terms of design this time. I'm just kind of making changes to a previous design, but I don't know, I find this cool as well, and hopefully you do too. The last Magnum Opus video was pretty popular, so it seems like this car is one to look out for. Okay, so here's my idea. I want to try to put some of these on here to make this have a bit more definition, but they are, as you can see, quite finicky to the point where you can give your car ears. But when you do try to get them going right, they do tend to to not connect in maybe the way that you would have hoped. I don't know, I just have trouble with these, as well as a lot of other body molding pieces. But as I said that, they were definitely helpful here. Now there are some drastic ones of these up here, and these are very drastic. They also cut the underneath, or the underside of them as they go. But you can see you can really mess things up using these, especially before they morph around it. But it just kind of digs a hole straight into the engine there. You know, I'm gonna say that this idea was a failure. These could probably be used for wings or something, but they just do not want to contact the body. As close as I get them, they unfortunately do not want to get up close. Let me see if I can... Yeah, it sort of just looks like this. So you can have your kind of ear-style wings, pig ear wings maybe? It's interesting, it's very unique. You know, it doesn't even look that bad on this car, but I think I'm gonna get rid of that for now. I'll try something else. Shifting focus a little bit, let me try and cut this out here. So we can have like a huge indent in this spot. So if you want to make your car have just very strange open doors, kind of like an actual fishbowl concept car, you can grab these pieces here, put them on, and then fully see your interior from the side. That would be a pretty interesting design choice. I'm surprised nobody did this in the showcase. But as you would probably guess, I found that out by attempting to use one of these just to cut this part out, because I want it to be as deep as possible, and that in this case means, well, cutting. Lots of cutting. Yeah, that's just not gonna work. I'm gonna have to find another way. Everything I've done and attempted so far with this has been pathetically bad, I will say. There is really nothing that fits this shape. It's quite an odd shape, and that means that I can't get what I want on this one. It's not easy in the first place because the idea is to cut it here and then just kind of leave this part open, but the depth is along the side and it would be kind of a flat piece here. It's just doesn't seem to be possible with the tools that I've been given so far. I thought about cutting it out entirely, so just an idea of on how to do that. I was using this piece here, and then I changed that to translucent, but that would let me kind of cut a hole into the car basically in that spot, and that I thought was going to go somewhere, but unfortunately I would need to use a bunch of these to make a proper hole, and then kind of use some other pieces as well to fake it in. And again, the issue with that is the more of these that I have, even making them translucent, it's just gonna leave other pieces in them, so it just starts to look weird and just generally not good. So I think I'm going to avoid that for now. It's unfortunate, but that is how it is. Now the LaFerrari does have a very small side lip, and I like that idea, so I'm going to use that as well to kind of give this a bit of context. We'll see if this actually works out though, especially duplicating this twice. This thing is going to have some very weird aerodynamics, and that sticks out maybe a bit more than I would like. Yeah, unfortunately this is one of those mod fixtures that can only be moved on one axis. It's either bigger or smaller, that's it. So that's kind of what we get. You'd have to be extremely careful walking on this car, trying to get into it. That would not be easy. Well, it's been about an hour, and really not much has changed on the car. The front end is different, and I think it looks better for it. Let me know what you think of this. On the sides, I have the trim here, which looks a little bit different. Not much has changed in this area. I guess I'm going to need to wait for more mods to do what I want to do here and here. But other than that, I think it's definitely improved. Not much has changed in the back, literally nothing actually. I should probably fix this transparency though. Like, the transparency is cool, but it is also breaking the game, so I think I might just turn them all over to non-transparent. That's kind of how it looks like in BeamNG anyways. I can always change it back, but that's what it's gonna look like. No more lag over here. Alright, so we do have some things to work out now that the car is kind of done, at least in terms of design. It does weigh more, and that means it potentially needs more power, or we can take some of that weight off of it. We'll have to see what we can do, because wheel spin is still an issue, so let's go back to the tuning and see if I can just make this car drive a little bit better. Now that it looks better, that is. Okay, so it's all-wheel drive, it's a dual clutch, 7 speeds, that's a lot of speeds. Currently rocking at top speed, I think it was 478, but the thing is currently in the way of what I want to see. This is the real top speed here. and it looks like we might be able to do a little bit better. Okay, so it's a 36.9% chance of wheel spin, which is pretty high chance in first gear mostly, up to gear 4. Electric LSD as well, that's probably going to help. I'm going to put this like pretty significantly to the back. You can see that already helped it. Most of the weight in this car is in the back, so this just kind of makes sense. So I think I'm going to leave it right there. Something I find interesting is that it's saying that the chosen power distribution is ineffective, but it's exactly what the weight distribution is. And if I change it, then it's kind of off. So I don't know what that's talking about. Back over to wheels, we've got radials, semi-slicks. The tires on this are big, but they could be bigger. They could be inhumanly large. Put them all the way up here and you got some monsters. We are a little bit into oversteer territory. That graph should be pointing down, so let me see if I can fix that. I mean, I guess it's better that we're an oversteer instead of understeer, but as of right now, that's not too bad. Wheel spin is 31%. It would be best if that was lower. Okay, so I've increased the size of the front wheels a little bit now that we're all-wheel drive, and I actually decreased the size of the back wheels. And that seems to be working out okay. Like, we're 99.9% sporty. Going over here, we have very strong brakes. I don't think that needs to change at all. So I'll just leave that. And then downforce is currently causing issues. Downforce at top speed is too high, which is breaking the suspension. It should be okay the way it is. You don't really experience that unless you're going top speed, so I should be okay. But it's good to have at least some downforce here. Things are good now that I have a ton of front downforce. Look at that. That is really high. Hold on a minute. I think I need to change this. There we go. We need some more of that rear downforce. Not so much on the front as it was. And I think I'm going to increase the rear wing angle as well. Actually, no, decrease. But the rear should still have more. That makes more sense. Okay, even though I really like using even numbers, I think I'm just going to... Yep, that's super close. Okay, 65 and 10. That gives us very close downforce between the rear and the front, but that means that the rear is just a little bit higher, and the rear tires have blown. Oh my goodness. Alright boys, I did it. 100% sportiness. Now that's some pure genius right there. Unfortunately, my wheel spin has gone up, but yeah, the car's looking pretty darn good. Okay, it's really hard to take weight out of this car. It's up to 962 kilos, but yikes, now that we've made this change, I think we're going to have to make a few engine adjustments to get it up to 962. So it's not just going to be 900 horsepower anymore, it's going to be even more powerful, which is unfortunate because the wheel spin is still a huge issue. It must be my gearing that's screwing this up. You can see the top speed has gone up, so that means I can probably do a bit better here. And yeah, I can. Our wheel spin's going down, which is good. That's exactly what I need. So I've allowed us to get up to 91 kilometers an hour in first gear, which has lowered wheel spin quite significantly. I think it's down by 10%. Same thing with increasing this up a little bit. So wheel spin is still a problem, but it's not quite as bad of a problem. And if we match the power distribution here, it's now 39. So that means that the wheel spin is 25%. However, that is about to go up because we need to get up to 962. Alright, here we go. Okay, everything here is pretty much okay. It's still a 6-liter, and it's still quality all the way up. This graph is wrong though, and that's going to be a problem. Oh no, how am I supposed to figure out how much power it has? I'm going to have to keep jumping back and forth between this and the tuning. That is a slight pain. Yeah, I remember them saying something about this being an issue in the bug fix, so I guess it just hasn't been fully fixed. Keeping in mind again that I'm in open beta. You know, something I never noticed about this engine is that the compression is ridiculous. 14:1, that is nuts. I don't know how I did that, but apparently our fuel economy was actually pretty good. I think we were getting 7 liters per 100 kilometers. Make some high compression, high horsepower V12s, please. I guess the only problem is that it costs $13,000 to make one of these. That's not exactly cheap. I'm making the car incredibly inefficient just to get it all the way up to 960, because at this point efficiency does not matter. Maybe an exhaust? Actually, that broke it. Let's just leave that right where it is. Alright guys, I think I found the way to cut the weight. I've got mufflers on this car, and I don't think we need them. That's probably going to cut just enough. I'm at 956 horsepower, and the actual weight of the car down here is 963. Oh man, so close. Okay, a little bit more tuning needed. You know, I don't think it needs a catalytic converter. Say goodbye. Okay, just a little bit more power, a little bit of less weight off there. So we're down to 958, and I think we have exactly that much power, or somewhere in there. 960. Oh man, it's so close. Okay, I'm just gonna turn it down just a little bit. Just one tick of the fuel. Actually, that increased power. Oh no. 956. That is really darn close. If I have this one tick up, then it's 960, so that's not the way to do it. 959, oh man. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna round it to 960 both ways. 960 horsepower sounds pretty darn good to me. And by the way, I think this is gonna drive a lot better. RPM is up, the RPM limit is up, and now we have no exhaust, so it's gonna be extremely loud. Yeah, I think overall things are just going good. However, if we cut that last muffler, then we're down to 950, so I can lower the power even more. You know what? Okay, let's do that. 950 is the goal. And there we go, 951. That is perfect for me. 951 horsepower, 949.9 kilos. That is really darn close to 1-to-1. I think that fits the theme of the car, and I think it's time that I tried this out in Beam to see how well it drives. It might not drive too well now that it's undergone some significant changes, but we shall see. I'm going to try it anyways. Alright, so here's what the car looks like in BeamNG. I'm kind of regretting making these side pieces the way that I did, and I'm not a fan of those, so I think I can do those better. But other than that, I'm very happy with the way that the car has turned out. BeamNG kind of butchers a lot of the textures, so yeah, just kind of ignore that. The wheels look way darker than they actually are, but the front end, my goodness, that is a significant improvement. I think it turned out a lot better than it did before, and I'm pretty happy with this car the way it is, especially in how it drives. So with this new all-wheel drive, we actually get to experience what it's like to drive a 950 horsepower V12 1-to-1 ratio of horsepower to kilograms, which might not be a true 1-to-1 ratio. I probably should be using kilowatts, but it's okay. We'll just mix metric and imperial for this, just casually, you know. So I've been playing a lot of SnowRunner, and that means I've been driving things that are very slow, and I'm not used to driving something that is this ridiculously fast. So let me just step on the gas here and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I think this car has turned into a bit of a monster. Now that it's actually drivable. It is ridiculously quick, and also damaging. Just in terms of acceleration alone though, it is just nuts. I think this would be a pretty darn good drag strip car, just with the amount of grip that it has and the fast acceleration. I'm constantly losing that piece that goes underneath it, unfortunately, at least under hard driving, but yeah, other than that, it holds together well. Probably one of the better cars I've made. And I think that owes to the fact that I did actually spend some time tuning it. I didn't just use a suspension preset, I did change things a little bit, just to affect the graphs in the way that I wanted them to look, and it turned out pretty darn good. I think it's a pretty reasonable preset that I've created for myself here. In order to test that theory of the drag strip, this is drag strip material, so let me just quickly reset and we'll give it another try. I think the only challenge is, because it's a dual clutch, I would probably have to shift twice at the beginning, which is not easy to do, but dual clutch cars can be ridiculously quick on the drag strip, so here we go. Yeah, that was pretty fast, and I guess if we hit this ramp as well, we can get an idea of how high we can go. The engine brakes pretty easily, but it is kind of at the back and low down, so that is to be expected. It's not exactly a gremlin inline 6 as we've seen, the cockroach of engines. In fact, it's more like two of them put together. Alright, so I just had an idea. What if I race the original version of the Magnum Opus, which is lighter, but has less power, versus this one that has 50 more power, but also weighs 50 more kilos? The thing is, all-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive is going to make a huge difference here, but let's see what the AI will do with it, and we'll see what I can do with it as well. So yeah, I'd just be currently racing myself with this current setting, but if I go back over to my list of cars, which is quite vast these days, I'm going to make this one red, and then we'll be racing the Magnum Opus other one. Oh yeah, there it is. Well, in red it actually looks pretty darn good. But this is the AI controlling it. I want to see what they can do with it. They don't have to shift or anything, but Yeah, this car is a little bit uncontrollable, as you probably saw in the last video, so it'll be interesting to race against it. Let's see if I can do anything good though. Just gotta make sure I can stage this car. That's always the tricky part with these. Oh, I just jumped it. Ah, I'm an idiot. Okay, hold on. Okay, attempt 2, I'm gonna try not to jump the light this time. Just gotta roll on in here just a little more. There we go. And oh, I forgot about the wheelies. I'm just gonna stay in drive. Yeah, I completely forgot about the wheelies, but in this case, it turns out the V2 is much faster. Let me try that again. Okay, so let's just watch the first Magnum Opus here, and its terrible wheelie issue. That was a lot of fun, but maybe not exactly practical. And also, I'm kind of floating off the run here. Yeah, the other car is having difficulty staging now. Something's gonna miss. I guess the AI didn't want to have to deal with that wheelieing issue. Okay, take 2. Watch that other car, and it just takes off. Goodness, that is really funny. And okay, they were not able to control it either. Looks like I'm gonna get a pretty decent time. That's not even sport mode. 8.2 seconds. Oh boy, what have I created here? Well, there you have it. The wheeling issue is finished, and we're into all-wheel drive territory now. I know doing wheelies does give it character, but it also makes it completely undrivable, which defeats the purpose of having it. I want to be able to drift it and drive it and take it to a road course. I don't know, whatever we can do with it in this map. I need to make a competitor for it though, because this thing is kind of unlike any car I've made in the past. It is actually okay, at least from my perspective. So what I think I'm going to do this time, and I haven't done this for a while, but I'm going to post this one on my Discord, so if you want to check it out, I'll post it in the new video section if I remember to. Somebody remind me if not, and then you can definitely go and see it. When this video goes live, go check out the Discord, and you should be able to find it in the new section. It's an open beta car, and it does have a couple mods on it, so you're going to want to make sure that you have that. Otherwise, yeah, have fun. Let me know what needs improving on it. Let me know what you think of it, and I think that's going to be it for this video. Hey everyone, welcome back to Automation Open Beta. So last time I created this kind of test bed vehicle, and this time I thought it would be practical to take a car that I had previously and make it better. Not in this sort of way, but you will see more of this, but in the Magnum Opus sort of way. For those of you unfamiliar, this here is the Magnum Opus. This is the second version of it, but now that we have 3D fixture placement, I figure why not go back to it and try and make it even better. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. This is Magnum Opus V3. Oh yeah, and this is that thing here. It now pops up in the loading screens and haunts my nightmares and dreams all at the same time. Before we go too far, I just want to say that this one tweet of mine is probably not going to age very well, because we're not going to get close to that, but I'm still hoping somehow that we can hit half of that, 50K, by the end of the year. I don't think it's really likely, but you never know, things happen on YouTube. So this is the Magnum Opus V2. This is a, well, what is it? I totally forgot. It is a 60-degree, 6-liter V12, high RPM, 950 horsepower, naturally aspirated. Big yikes. But today mostly what I'm going to be focusing on, instead of the engine, although we will touch the engine just a little bit, is styling. I want to change up the look of this car just a little bit, because as of right now it's fine, but it is a little bit plain, especially on the sides. I think I can do better, so that's what I'm going to try and do. So in terms of the engine, this is what it looks like, and my goodness, is it beautiful. That is a majestic V12 there. I really do like this, but I'm going to try and give it a bit more of an aesthetic, and specifically, I think I'm going to go with the 80s classic. I like that look quite a bit, so I'm going to black out this engine, and then we'll move on. Actually, I had this idea where I could paint the valve covers to match the car, and then paint the rest of it black. Not sure why, but it just kind of works for me. Okay, so there you go, purple and black, that's the theme of the car, and now it is the theme of the engine as well. It's looking great. So in terms of the car body itself, I don't really want to morph it at all. I think it's fine just as is. It's really here, well, not here, it's really here where things can change and where things will change, because there's an immediate thing that I want to do right out of the gate, and that is, let's put an interior in it. Why not? I've got the time, I've got the 3D modeling. Let's put it at 97 as somebody suggested, just like that. And we can put an interior in the car and hopefully have something that looks a little bit more realistic. Oh yeah, I just want to point out that the UI has actually changed for the positive in the open beta here, because you can see that there's some dots on the side. Obviously everything that I show is not final because it's very subject to change, but this is way bigger. And then it also has confirmation dots and change over to the different versions of this, so it'll swap between move, rotate, and scale with the yellow button, and then the red one is delete. So we actually have changes that I requested, so thank you for that. But it just means that I don't have to go down here or hit enter every time I want to place a fixture, which is great. And also I don't have to move over here to rotate it or whatever I want to do. It's just way easier. So in this case, basically what I want to do is rotate these down, if it'll let me. Currently it won't. But if I move these in and up and then try and get them into position, they're currently way too big. I actually think I might swap them. Yeah, you know what, I think these are better. I'll use these ones. Okay, so my idea here now is to slightly scale these down because they're just a little bit too big. But then with the scaled down size, hopefully I can make them fit in there nicely. And for the sake of ease, I'm going to make these 100% transparency, just so I can see what I'm doing as I do this. But yeah, so far that's coming out really nice. Alright, the seats are in. Those are looking pretty sweet. We could swap them out if we really wanted to. But I think what I'm going to do now is a center. Actually, should probably put in a dashboard. That's kind of important. Although none of these really fit, so I'm going to use one of the automation given ones, which is right over here. So yeah, they now have a default model, which is in the 3D section down here, which means that we can just kind of make our own custom dashboard, because why not? I don't know, I like it quite a bit, so I figure let's try it out. The only problem I see with this at the moment is that there is a lot of space right under here that is going to be very open unless I do something about it, so we'll have to figure that out in a bit. But let me just try and fit this in properly. And somewhere around there, I think, although not quite that tilted. Okay, so it'll look something like that, although I think that's probably a little bit too far down. Let me just grab that again. Oh wait, ah man, I forgot. It won't let me take it. Okay, if you hide the body, you can grab it again. I'll just unhide the body. Seems to be a bit of a thing. I'm not sure why that is. I guess if you try and click through glass, it's not a fan, but other than that, things are working fine with this. Just have to line it up properly. Using this, you could probably spend like way longer on these, but I think what I'm gonna do is just quickly make this. Carbon actually does work out quite well, so I think I'll just go carbon fiber. Carbon fiber interior because, of course. So I think we'll probably need this. I'm not sure what that is, to be honest. I think that just might be a filling piece, so we'll leave that for now. We're definitely going to need a steering wheel, pedals would be cool, and this is a shifter of some kind, so let's add that in, and this piece as well here. So first thing probably is this, so let's finish this part of it off, and that is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. If I place that down, drop into 3D, and then I can rotate it into the way that I want it to go. But yeah, that is looking ultra modern and totally perfect for this car. I am a huge fan of this. I'm surprised I didn't see this earlier, my goodness. Okay, so that piece fits in there very nicely. I think I might just scale it up a little bit or potentially drop down this other one here. Although I'm wondering now, is it sticking through the window? That could be a thing, and thankfully it is not. Wow, that is a baller interior though, my goodness. That is absolutely awesome. I just realized though that the bar is sticking right through there, and I really need to move it forwards, but I can't click it. Come on now. Yeah, you basically have to go inside of the car to click it, but that's fine. It just means I have to pass through the window. Something I don't normally think about when I'm making cars, but here we are anyways. Let me just move that forwards, see what that looks like on the inside. It does look a little bit too far forwards, doesn't it? I think I'm just going to put it right here, sacrifice a bit of that corner there, and that'll be that. Next piece is going to be the glove box side, so let's drop that in, and then I'm going to put a panel over the top of that, and then we can we're not woke yet, okay, we're not there quite yet, but I'm going to work on filling in this gap and filling in the gap in between the seats and the engine there, because I do want to make it look a little bit nicer. Okay, so I scaled this one out just a little bit so it would fit cleanly, and just moving into the interior here. Where's the free cam button? My goodness. Okay, free cam it is. Finally got the free cam working. I have not been using this very much, but here we are. Oh, it's really hard to see, but that is the interior. All carbon fiber, and you can see the wheel through it. Probably not the safest interior, but so far, so good. Although that does look a little bit tilted, doesn't it? I think I'm going to quickly fix that. Okay, that's looking pretty darn good. Fairly happy with that. I think we better move on to putting a wheel on there, and potentially pedals as well. I guess that's probably needed. I'm in this deep, so why not just go all the way, right? Yeah, the free cam really does help, although it is a little bit janky, to be honest. It's really hard to move things properly when the camera also moves as you rotate things, but that's okay. It's working out pretty darn nicely. There you go. Now we just need the wheel. Boy, am I glad that these are all ultra-modern fixtures, because they definitely fit the aesthetic of this car, and it's just way cooler to make it totally custom like this than it is to just kind of take it from something else. Okay, making it purple would be fun, but again, I think it's probably better off just carbon. Unless I want to make it out of steel. Or totally chrome. Yeah, I'm not sure what's better. Okay, steering wheel is in, and it's looking pretty nice. I gotta say that interior is looking pretty mint. I'm liking the way this is going. Now we just need interior body panels for the doors and stuff. That would be nice. Somebody mod those in. Okay, I think I've discovered what this piece is here. It's kind of a filler. At least that's what I'm going to use it for. Or potentially two of them. Probably two of them, because why not? Okay, so if I do that, and then I put them into 3D mode, then I can do some rotation and move two things at once. Then we can figure out what the heck they are. And it just seems to be extra pieces. Not sure what they're supposed to be, but I'll attempt to use them for my own purposes here. Because there is a gap to fill, and then there's another one back here. Now the one back here, I think I might try and use something else for that, but we'll get there. I was thinking of potentially trying to add a roll cage to the car, but then I was like, yeah, that doesn't really fit the luxury aesthetic. So maybe not, but just an idea for the future. Possibly I'll put a roll cage on something. Okay, that's looking pretty sweet in there. Basically, I just overlap them so it's got a bit of a texture to it, but overall they're working. They're filling in that gap, and if we see what the car is going to look like, we drop it down to 97. And there we are. Pretty decent. Oh yeah, no, all this time, 20 minutes or so spent on the interior, that's really not that much, but it makes me quite happy. Okay, now on to the rest. Now the car is looking pretty mint, but I think there is something that I need to do here, and that is fill up that piece on the back. I've mentioned that a few times. That's because it bothers me now that I can actually see inside of it, and we do have a couple options, including but not limited to these convertible pieces here. They kind of look like, let me see if I can get a good view on this for you. So yeah, so they kind of look like that. It basically gives the back seats a back, and it gives them a surround as well. And we do have a couple different versions of that, including ones that kind of hide the engine, and also just pieces that kind of cover up the back as well. So I was thinking about using these, or, well, not that, but I wish it didn't have the bars, but other than that, I think it'll work out pretty nicely. I don't want to cover that engine too much, but I also want to cover that hole, so it's a bit of a, I don't know, I'm trying to do two things at once. Also, there is a pencil, for some reason. Okay, so I'm going to give it an attempt with this first. We'll see what this looks like. We'll see if it comes out okay. I'm going to quickly hide the body so we know what we're doing here. And then, yeah, it should be able to get in there. It's going to have to be scaled down, though. This thing is way too big. Oh yeah, taking off the body is an incredibly useful tool, something I have not been taking advantage of. But we can just kind of slip that into the side, and then it kind of knocks itself into the engine. That's not really what I was after. I might have to go higher. I guess that is probably what's going to happen, except a little bit wider. Okay, so that's kind of what that looks like, at least here. It does crowd the engine a little bit, but it shouldn't be a big deal. You can still kind of see the engine from the sides. Obviously these colors aren't going to fly. That leather is just not going to work. It's got to be carbon. Everything's got to be carbon. Oh yeah, you can now change the color of things to be anything. They don't have to be this. So I can make a new paint for it. I could do some defaults. I can make it leather if I wanted to. I don't know. Sometimes you can change things up and that makes it cool. I think now actually I'm going to change the seat textures to be black leather, and I'll change these to be black leather as well. But yeah, I'll just have to make a new piece for that. So leather, black, and then no shine at all, because I mean leather doesn't really shine that much. It's called lava. It works though. We'll leave it right there. Okay, so I've modified that slightly, so it is indeed purple still, but those pieces are all carbon fiber, and the backboard pieces here, I guess the headrests, are leather, black leather. And that's what the seats are as well, and I think overall it looks pretty good. I know the seats kind of look like they came out of a Mustang, but we'll just have to pretend for now, because I don't really see anything better than that. Other than the racing seats, this is pretty much all the luxury seats that I have, so I'm going to just have to work with that for now. Obviously there could be a Magnum Opus V4 if I really wanted it, but there you go. Another interior finished. I'm really liking making interiors. It is a lot of fun. But also this here is glass now, which means you can see into the engine, and I was thinking of potentially shortening these so that you can see into the engine more, but for now we'll just kind of leave that as is. The car doesn't really look that much different, but when you look into the inside you can definitely tell that something's changed. So the Magnum Opus is all about an overuse of carbon fiber, but also about trying to make something that looks good. Not just good in my opinion, but actually just good in general. And I do think that this car looks good. There are a couple of places that it definitely is lacking. I think the sides are very empty. A lot of the reason for that is I don't really know what to do there. The front end is very simplified. This is the second version of it, so it is a little bit nicer than it used to be. But since then, I've been using modular headlights, something that I wasn't using at the time of making this. So I was thinking of potentially adding a little bit to this and adding some modular headlights of sorts. So we'll get to that if I remember. Hopefully I do. But I do want to add to the side, and I know I need to fix the back. These lights are just not looking the same way that they used to. And something that has really been bothering me for a long time now is that this is smaller than this. I don't think I can change it because it's just how this light thing is, but man oh man, it's the small things that get you. Okay, so they've redone how lights work, and essentially they have a lot of new stuff here, including a ton of new glass options, like a very significant amount. This is a lot more than we had before. While we're back here, I figure we should probably try and modify the exhaust a little bit. Now that we can place them three-dimensionally, it means that I can move them however I want, and that makes for some interesting scenarios. So let me see what I can do here. I've always kind of wanted them to be tucked back, but tucked up high, and I wasn't able to do that quite how I wanted before. However, obviously they could stick out like mad if I really wanted that as well. Okay, so not much has changed. It's basically just how it was before, except now it says 3 up there, and the exhaust is sticking out just a little bit less. I like that just a little bit more. So yeah, small changes like that, they do make a big difference, and I think it looks pretty okay. I'm okay with the way the car's going, but I do think more needs to be done to justify this being a third version. Now, I don't want to change things just for the sake of changing them, but I do want to make some positive changes to the side, because it is just a little bit too bland. And I was also considering changing the color. I know that seems a bit sacrilegious at this point, because it has been purple for a long time, but I don't know, it needs something maybe a little bit more eye-catching. Or maybe not, it's gonna stay purple. Now, it has had this bird symbol for quite a while now. I'm gonna erase that, and I'm going to exchange it for my own symbol, because I think that makes a little bit more sense. This is kind of my creation, and I'm hopeful that it actually justifies that. I haven't made another version of this car for quite a while, because I didn't think that there was anything more that I could add, and I've kind of come to that standstill where I'm like, if I change anything more, is that going to make it worse, or is that going to make it better? For the sake of argument, I think what I'm going to do is try and fix these, because right now they're just kind of random LED lights. I'm going to try to change them for modular ones, and if that doesn't work, then I'll know. Okay, so not much has changed. I just kind of experimented for the last couple minutes on the modular headlights, but I decided what I would do instead is just update these to the new version of the like glass area. So it's nice. It's a nice white now. I don't know what that's gonna look like in Beam, but I really do like the way it looks now. That looks pretty sweet, actually. It's very bright, very nice. Yeah, time for some underglow. And not actually, though. I was thinking about underglow, but then I was like, you know what now? That's probably a little bit too Need for Speed for me, at least right now. Oh man, okay. It's been a while. I have just been doing some small things, very small things here and there, trying to figure out exactly what I want to do to the car. Just some subtle stuff has changed, including the number plate and some coloring here and there. But overall, the biggest thing so far in this video has been the interior. That was the big change. That was pretty much it. But it definitely uses the new features, so I'm okay with that. But as I look through wheels here, trying to think if I want to change them or not, I just want to say I need your help. I'm not that great at designing cars. I have a lot of experience in it now. I've got a lot of time in automation, but you know, sometimes I just don't have the creativity that it takes without some support from you guys to know what to do next. The side of this car is really lacking and I need help. So please comment below. Tell me what you think I should add in to this car for the 4th version or whatever version I make of it next. I think if I do anything else with it, it'll probably be a themed build, maybe a GT version or something like that. We might do a track only, like special edition, just absolutely destroyed silhouette car version of it, but just an idea. Just an idea. But yeah, the side needs something. I've tried to fit vents in there, I've tried to put decals on there, I've tried to put a number of things, and it just never quite comes out right. Never quite goes the way I want it to. So that is my take home for today. Nothing has changed in terms of the drivetrain, but I think we'll still drive this thing in Beam anyways. Why not? It's been an interesting ride here at Magnum Opus, but let's go ahead and yeah, we'll see if the interior panels fall out if we crash into something. I'm kind of curious, to be honest. So this is the Magnum Opus in BeamNG on a very particular map, which you'll see soon. And there's a lot of orange because I need to redo the cache, I think it's called. There's a setting, it's pretty easy to fix, but I was like, you know what, let's go for some orange scenery today. Because we are at the Endurodrome, and I have some exciting news as well. The exporter exported clear glass, and that means you can see into the interior, which is awesome. So yeah, we can actually see the interior bits. And I figured why not drive the Endurodrome, because, I mean, we already know that this car is good, so why don't we test it in a place where it's probably not going to be good. But you know what? Let's go. I don't know. I was just like, hey, I just want to destroy something today. Not really true. I mean, I kind of want to destroy stuff every day. The rules of the Endurodrome are pretty simple. I just go by fail race rules. At least I would. I don't think this car is going to make it too far, though. We've already lost bits, and I'm not even really giving it. And I'm just going to stay in drive for this. I'm not going to go into sport mode or anything. We're just going to stay here. Big V12, all-wheel drive, all that good stuff. Maybe, just maybe, it'll make it through a couple laps. Probably. It's an automation car, after all. Okay, that was a big hit and a roll, almost. Yeah, this is not going well. Oh well, that's fine. On the dirt we should be, I don't know, a little bit rougher. It's not exactly a dirt racer, although I probably could make one that is a dirt racer. That would be pretty cool. So I'm just going to fly through a lot of this track, especially the parts that are not going to work, and the entire mud texture does not work. Okay, that's really funny. But the areas where we have potential damage in this are right here. It's the rocks and the jump and anything that has any sort of low area. But it's really funny that the mud just does not exist. This is like Gary's mod with all the error signs everywhere. You know, the Magnum Opus is one of my favorite cars that I've made. Not because it's one of the better videos that I've done in terms of views, but just because it's one of the ones that I feel like I put a lot of time into, and it actually came out good. That's sort of what I think. I am willing to post this one if you're interested in the Discord, and I would definitely be interested in some people trying it. Maybe we can get a different tuning version of it or something like that. I don't know. But I was thinking about a future showcase. Don't worry, we still have another one coming up soon, but well, we have the showcase streams coming up soon. That is a big jump, and we actually managed to live on that pretty easily. But with the advent of the showcase streams, that means this showcase is done, and then there won't be another one till next year. But I was thinking of potentially doing a Magnum Opus showcase where you create your own ridiculous creation, one that is your pride and joy, and then we take a look at it. Purely based on visuals again, because performance doesn't really matter in that sort of area. But yeah, just an idea, you never know. Maybe we could do something like that. So I kind of cut the first corner a little bit, and I also cut that corner there, but don't worry about it, I'm not exactly counting laps. This is lap 2. But I'm thinking that this car is going to hold on steady as long as I can continue to keep it on the road, and it doesn't veer too far off to the side and not crash into any sort of barn or tree or anything that is unmovable, which is pretty much everything in this game. So yeah, let's hope for the best. Come on, Magnum Opus, you got this. I'm driving pretty darn fast, probably too fast for the Endurodrome. Gotta make sure I say that correctly every time I say it. Really love the layering of that, by the way, the no texture things. They are excellent. They just add too much character to this map. And I probably should have fixed my BeamNG, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta leave it. And that's a rock. Ooh, that's a roll. Okay, in instances like this, I'm gonna turn off the engine and flip the car back over if I can. Come on now, car. Flip over, please. Oh, it's really close. There we go. Okay, hard landing. Perfect. Just a quick grab of reverse there. Quick jump on the rock again. Stay out of the rocks, please. Quick hit off the ground. And the steering is completely screwed. This is not going to be going very much further, I would assume. Except by sheer willpower. And that'll be my willpower being put to the test. Yeah, it veers very heavily to the right, and the engine just snapped. So that's that. Yeah, I guess that's what it takes to kill a rear or mid. Yeah, you know what, it's mid-engine V12, naturally aspirated on the Endurodrome. But you know what? That has been the Magnum Opus. This has been another video of mine. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Let me know what you thought of this video in the comments. Let me know if you still like the Magnum Opus the way it is, and what your suggestions are on how to change it. So for the next time that I can look at those and make some changes, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys have in mind. Please, if you have a visual example as well, don't be afraid to post it in the Discord. The new video discussion tab is the one to use for that. And I wanted to say as well, thank you to those who have chosen to support the channel. Your names are coming up. But if you want to support this channel, there are some other ways to do it. Either the join button, subscribing, liking, whatever that happens to be. I appreciate all of it. My goodness, things have been a little bit quiet here in November, so I'm hoping for the best. It is getting close to the end of the month, close to the end of the year. We haven't quite hit the goals that I wanted to hit, but I think it's still been quite a good year for the channel. I still want to continue to grow, and I still want to continue to make good content for you. So that's what I'm going to try and do, and I need your support in return. I mean, just watching the video is enough. I appreciate it. You made it this far? Yeah, thank you. Thank you a lot. Hey everyone, welcome back to Automation and also beamng.drive, because this video is hopefully going to be predominantly BeamNG. What I want to do is do some quick modifications to the Magnum Opus. This is the version 3, although I think the wheels got a little bit messed up in the last update or two, because I haven't put this car in the game for a while. But I want to make a Sahara version of it, so it's going to be the version 3.5. And yes, I am very roughly basing this on the latest Sahara version of the Porsche, the sort of rally off-road thing. It looks really cool, so I figured I'd just do a quick mod to this car and then attempt it for my own purposes, just for fun. Check out this build from the Discord if you're interested in seeing more of these. There are more on there, so go and find the link in the description. And I'm gonna say this now, I don't usually do, but if you're interested in this video and the others on my channel, please subscribe. I'd like to see you guys around more often. But let's go on to the car and the modifications that I'm gonna do to it. So in terms of the engine, I'm not actually going to change anything. I do have the option to unlock it. This is a clone of the previous car, but I don't want to do that. I really like the just naturally aspirated aspect of this. It is a 950 horsepower V12, which is just perfect for this car. So yeah, we'll just stick with this. Body is not going to change, but the paint will change for the first time ever. I think this car has been this shade of purple for a very long time, but I want to make it a little bit different just to suit the new challenge that it's putting itself up to. I think it needs to be a bit more of a rally inspired paint job instead of just very metallic purple. Okay, this car actually looks really stunning in red, surprisingly so. That's a very dark red. Ooh, that's a super bright red. That looks really good. I almost want to keep it within its roots, not go that far, but wow, that's bad. Hold on a minute. Oh yeah, no, I got it. It's the dusty blue. Nice easy preset, but this is a perfect color for this, and the wheels as well. I'm a big fan of that, my goodness. And then I was thinking, like, I know the top used to be black. Should we put it back to being black? I gotta figure that out now. Carbon fiber black on the top does look pretty darn good. So we're gonna go blue and carbon fiber. That is an excellent combo. Admittedly, I have been quite afraid to modify this car because I really like the way that it looks, but I'm always worried about messing it up. And that is kind of my big issue of like, oh no, if I do something to it, then this version's going to be screwed up and then I'm going to have to change it in version 4 or 5 or whatever version I'm on at that point. But in this case, this is just a half step. It is more of an experiment than anything, and so I'm going to try my best to make it a little bit more interesting. And I just noticed how janky that wiper is. I should probably fix that. It looks good, but it is just really, really bent. Way too bent. I'm actually just going to quickly skip over to the wheels because it's currently on semi-slicks, but I'm going to change it to be chunky off-road, which means that the wheel spin issues that I was having previously are going to be made worse. So don't worry too much about that. I'm actually going to shrink down the rim size to maybe 18s, and then I want the offset as big as it'll go, which apparently is not that big. That is unfortunate. Okay, that weird offset actually does mess with my plans a little bit because I was hoping to be able to make this a little bit wider. Let me kind of show you what else I was thinking. In terms of suspension and stuff, it's gonna actually just go down to standard suspension with a normal preset, I think, and then I'll have to adjust it from there. But the ride height is going to be significantly raised, which is going to make for some interesting issues, although it shouldn't be bottoming out. Surprisingly, it still is. Okay, apparently active comfort is actually better off-road, so I'm gonna go with that just for the sake of, I don't know, this car is very expensive, so may as well try it. This is going to mess with the aerodynamics a little bit, but I'm gonna take off the back wing, and I'm gonna take off that back wing too. The car is looking really bare without it, but I want to add something different, and yeah, different wheels, different fixtures, fender flares, and then we'll send this thing. Okay, so for wheels, I want to paint them matte white. I know that sounds a little bit odd. That's because they're supposed to be rally wheels, so I'm going to try my best here to make them look like rally wheels. And those are pretty darn close. These tires are probably too thick. I'll have to work on that in a bit. And obviously wheel spin is still an issue, but yeah, we can get away with something like this, I feel. Somehow I don't think that this giant splitter is actually going to work with this concept. So I'm going to take that off, and I'm going to take off this one as well. Although now it just looks totally empty under there. Hold on, I can't take those off without putting something else on. Okay, so I found these pieces here, and I don't know what they're actually supposed to be, but I'm going to use them as off-road under trays. We'll use the high one because I don't want to make it too crazy. So yeah, I'm going to try and make this, I'll put one on the back as well, but we need to have an off-road under tray or something to keep the aesthetic proper, just to make the car look like it's actually supposed to be out there, although obviously it's not. Okay, so I've modified the front end to have 2 under trays and to have an intercooler there. Obviously that wouldn't make any sense at all because it would just pick up rocks, but that's mostly just to fill the hole there and fill it with something that has a bit of texture. So that's kind of what the front end looks like, and then I want to do the same thing on the back, which means this exhaust is gonna have to go. We'll find a new place for it though. I just gotta fill up this back to make it look a little bit more realistic. I might be able to get away with a low one here, or perhaps, yeah, you know what, it's gonna end up being high again. That's fine. We'll just have to make it big and I guess right in the way. Okay, that's really cool. This is coming together nicely. I'm actually very happy with what's going on so far. Yeah, just gotta nail down some of the extra details, like adding fender flares. That's something I've been thinking about for a while on this car. Obviously it doesn't really need to happen, the car is naturally flared, but it just seems like it would be cool. Okay, I've solved the exhaust problem in a semi-realistic way by adding side pipes. So yeah, the car now has side pipes. Not something I ever thought would happen, but I think it's pretty darn cool. For the fenders, I was thinking about using these. However, I don't know if this is gonna work or not. Probably not. Oh geez, wow. They're huge. Yeah, I keep forgetting they're massive. Yeah, these things really do extend out a lot if you let them. So I'm just gonna really shrink them down and just try my best here. Trying to make something nice. Oh, that's interesting. That is definitely interesting. We might be able to get away with that if I can tilt these up just a little bit. Just kind of fill up that gap that you didn't know the car actually had until about 3 seconds ago when you finally figured out that these are terrible fender flares. Oh, that's actually not too bad. You know what? I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna go right like that, but carbon fiber might not be the answer. In blue, they don't actually look too bad. I might have to... I don't know, I wish the wheel would stick out more, that's the only thing. Yeah, it's too bad that the wheel won't come out more, but I think that's gonna do it. Like, that's gonna be it for the back. I'm just gonna duplicate these and see if I can get them on the front too. Okay, there's the front. I made it so that it actually covers the full lip on there. And I'm noticing on the back as well, there's a lot more lip for me to cover, so I'm just gonna mod this to fit that as well. Oh, they do look wonky, don't they? Interesting mods. I think I'm going to leave them blue so they don't stand out too much, but other than that, that's pretty darn sweet. I'm actually really liking the no spoiler look as well. That is not bad for this car, although nothing here, it just kind of looks weird. It's just bare and empty, so I think I'm going to try and add something there quickly. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that I put hood pins on the car. I just thought that was kind of funny, and I am still searching for the proper grille to put on there as well. There's got to be some kind of bumper bar or something I can put on there that would look nice. So many mods, so many options, including a snowman. An entire snowman just driving the car. Why don't I just put this snowman in the car? Come on now. He's got to be driving something. There he is. He's taking over the wheel. Oh, he's so small. Oh yeah, I like that a little bit too much. I think I'm actually going to leave that in there just for the pictures, and then I'll take him out for when we go to BeamNG, because I don't want him to defrost when we go to the desert. Now we could do like a full recovery kit as well, which would be cool. And I mean, there are options for that as well. We've got recovery gear in the game. I just have to figure out how I'm going to work that. Oh, now that is maybe a little bit too much, but it's also really cool. Is there... Oh, there is a smaller one. Oh yeah, okay, hold on a minute. I'm gonna put some weight on our carbon fiber roof here. That's very much a bad idea. Don't worry about it, it's fine. I'm just gonna put these into 3D, and then I can move them up and move them over. And would you look at that, we're surfing the USA, except it's a snow version. Okay, what else can I put up there? We've got spare wheels and stuff somewhere, don't we? Don't we? Okay, my bumper bar so far is looking pretty crap. Not quite what I wanted. However, I think with a bit of modification I might be able to get it to go on there nicely. That's not too bad. It doesn't really blend in though. Let me see if I can find something else. Okay, so we have a proper bumper bar now. That's pretty much exactly what I wanted. I went into that bumper section, and would you know it, I found a bumper bar. Probably should have figured that out a while ago. And oh wow, there are some options in here, maybe ones that I would rather not use. We can make a full exoskeleton out of this stuff if I really wanted to. But I think just to complete the look just a little bit, just to add an extra touch that maybe it was missing before, it should probably have some kind of lights on it. And obviously they're not going to stay blue, because this blue is hideous, but I will attempt to put something on here. Okay, so the car officially has lights, it has fender flares, it has a snowman that is currently driving it, because obviously the snowman has to be included somehow. We've got a roof rack, we have side exit exhaust, we've got underplating, And I added these little tiny wings here. I don't know if I mentioned that yet, but just to give it a little bit of something on the back so it doesn't look too plain. But that is it. That's it. The styling is done. Okay, let's see if anything in the drivetrain changed, and then let's blitz on over to BeamNG because I'm really excited to try this thing in the dunes. It's not going to be good, but that's fine. So it's all-wheel drive, which is fine. Dual clutch, 7-speed. I'm going to stick with that. Our biggest issue is wheel spin, and yeah, it's 88%. Most of the reason for that is because of the off-road tires. So yeah, gotta be careful. If you look at this thing here, it basically says that I can spin the wheels in any of the 7 gears, and it's an 89% chance that that's going to happen, which is highly unfortunate. That's even with an electric LSD. And the power distribution is pretty close as well. Okay, so the wheels themselves are huge, as you would suspect. They're 18-inch rims, which is large for rally. Rally standard would be 15s, but I think that is a little bit too small, and 18s just kind of seem right for this car. Usually it has 20s, so that is a big difference. Sportiness is still really good, and we're still aligned in the graph at 295 and 340 on the rear. Oh boy. Very expensive stuff, but I guess I could try and make it a little bit bigger. Or perhaps smaller, because that seems to be increasing our sportiness, which is pretty much the only value I care about at this point. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the perfect combo according to this. 99.7 with a 320, 295, and still 88% wheel spin. I think I'm just gonna have to ignore that at this point. You know what I'm totally missing is mud flaps. I just realized that. And I'm gonna make these wheels carbon again because I know it's expensive, but they weigh less, so that's what I want. Huzzah, we got mud flaps. Okay, I'm gonna put these on. I think they're pretty important, even if it's just for the joke of it. Because, well, I don't see why we wouldn't want any. These are truck flaps, but these are definitely rally stuff here. We can't get rid of it saying automation on there, which is fine, but I can widen the heck out of them and then go into 3D and move them on over, because these wheels be wide. And after the game crashed, the car now has mud flaps. I don't know why it crashed, but I guess it was having a hard time putting those on. They're looking really good though, although they are inverted. I really like the back look of this car. This is definitely a proper Sahara Edition. Now we just have to get it tuned right and hopefully bring that value down ever so slightly. That would be great. So brakes are extremely strong, especially on the back. That is shockingly strong on the back. They do not need to be that strong, so I'm going to turn those down. Sportiness is at 50%. What happens if I... Oh wow, now it goes down, okay. So apparently going down is the right call. And down on the front apparently is the right call as well. Maybe 4 pistons? Maybe 3 on the back, we don't need the full thing. Well, that's going to be strong enough, no matter what. We should be fine on brakes. And again, they're very high quality, so yeah, we're good. I think it's actually gotten to the point where this car is lighter than it was before. I think it was 960 or something, now it's 905. We've gone way farther down. That's a lot of weight off, and I've added off-road tires. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, I cut off stuff like the downforce. I've gone down to an off-road skid tray, and as you can see, the wing angles and such are just absolutely screwed, with both having negative downforce, which in this case means uplift. So if I go like this, we get a bit of uplift on the rear and basically nothing on the front. So I'm just going to dedicate it to the rear entirely and hope for the best. We'll see if that actually works. This car is not turbocharged, so we should have no problems with cooling. Usually it's just turbo cars that have issues in this game. And the interior is still just one seat, absolutely basic stuff. Which is fine because it is indeed a race car. I'm actually going to give it full-on ESC and traction control because that has become a lot better these days than it used to be back when I originally made this car. So that, again, it brings down the wheel spin significantly, and it's going to help us a lot with that. And then power steering, I'm going to give it, even though that it literally is just added weight, we'll just go for electric variable. Now this is going to increase the weight, but I think I'm going to go for standard safety. That will help us a little bit with our wheel spin, and yeah, maybe it'll be just a little bit better. We're climbing back up there in terms of mass. And suspension, I had it set to a normal preset. I'm actually just going to start off with a, what about a race preset? Now we're going to lose it. Sport, utility, this is just the benchmark. Yeah, I find that if you go for an off-road preset, it just gets way too soft, so I'm just going to go for a normal one and kind of adjust from there, looking directly at the sportiness factor and trying my best to get it high. That's literally all I do these days. Okay, so I made my own custom preset. The suspension is a lot more firm. It's not super firm, but it should be decent in terms of cornering, drivability, and such. Mostly sportiness at 100%, and here I wanted the roll angle to be ever so slightly less. So that is that. I think the car's done. Alright, we're actually back to 1-to-1, 950, 950. Let's send the Sahara to the Sahara and see how it drives in BeamNG. Hey everyone, welcome to the desert. So I'm going to go out and say that I don't think this car is actually going to be that good in the desert. The main reason is because I made the wheels just ridiculously massive. Most rally cars have thin tires, they don't have super wide wheels like this, but don't worry about that. That's just accuracy getting in the way of imagination, because this car is beautiful. Take a look at some of the pictures I took at the beach. The snowman looks so good in there that I decided to leave him in there because he's quite cute. And yeah, the things on the top turned white, which is actually a nice look for this car. Also, I noticed that the automation things on the mud flaps turned white as well, which again looks really good. So it seems like the BeamNG changes actually changed it for the better. So I'm thinking we should probably take it for a spin. Keep in mind that this is an uncorked V12 and it is extremely loud, but it is also, goodness, I'm stuttering because I'm excited about this. It is also quite nice to look at, and quite a cool car in general. So let's just go ahead and go into sport mode. I might actually turn that off, but wheel spin probably isn't going to be an issue anymore. I mean, we're just going to be wheel spinning all day. This is sand we're talking about here. Yeah, so the ESC is going to cut power constantly. That's just how it goes, but I'm also driving on sand dunes, so it makes sense. I think I'm going to immediately cut that off, actually. I don't think we really need it. And we also lost our front bumper quite quickly. It's down there in the sand somewhere, lost in the sands of time, one would say. So I don't actually think that I'm going to be able to get up to a decent speed here. Just make sure to check not the wheel speed, but the air speed down in the bottom right. That's the reason I have it there. Most of my cars tend to wheel spin like mad, so I want a more realistic idea of how fast we're actually going. And right now that seems to be about 100 kilometers an hour. Pretty fast in the desert, but no desert crawler, that's for sure. All-wheel drive is definitely a necessity here. And I'm liking the bouncy suspension as well. We have a lot more suspension travel than this car had from its original V3 version, and therefore it is a little bit better than it would be otherwise. However, I do find that front-wheel drive is incredibly good in the dirt here, and this car is biased rear-wheel drive, although it is all-wheel drive. Oh, one of our mud flaps is really tweaked there. It's actually kind of moving around. Oh no, never mind, it's just going under the ground there. Don't think about it too much. Oh, massive jump. Okay, hit on the back and immediately we're down. Somebody call for a recovery, please. Now this map is quite expansive. I'm just going to leave it in drive and see if that's better, because we don't need the super high RPM. Yeah, this map is quite expansive and there is a lot of map to cover. I'm not going to try and go from one side to the other or anything like that, because I am planning on switching to Utah so we can get a better idea of how this car performs on maybe an asphalt surface or a more gravelly surface instead of just straight up sand. But for now, this is a, I don't know, it's a Baja crawler. Crawler's not the right word for it. Baja pre-runner version, the true Sahara, except in a car, and also falling apart as we speak. Yeah, so much for wanting to spend more time in BeamNG, by the way, because I happened to spend almost an hour working on this car in automation. I intended for it to be like 20 minutes, but then I was just going and I couldn't stop, and now there's a snowman in the driver's seat. Okay, let's go to Utah. I think I'm done here. 2 deaths is enough for now. Although that's a pretty good screenshot waiting to happen. I'm definitely somebody who subscribes to the idea that if you have cars, you should probably drive them even supercars and rare cars and things like that. Obviously, if it's ultra rare, then I mean, it's probably a good idea to keep it in storage and never let it see the light of day so it doesn't get any dust on it or anything, to keep it preserved. But if your car is one of 1,000 or more, then I don't know, you can probably safely drive it and not have to worry about its value going down too much. Ooh. Like, how often do you see high mileage Ferraris going for cheap? Like, they're always expensive. I think it's the same way with the Magnum Opus. Like, I've been kind of treating it as though it's a collector's car in my own mind, and not really doing too much with it because I'm afraid to break it. And doing this has made me realize that that was a mistake. And this car has zero grip and is absolutely terrible on road. But at least I'm trying something with it. At least I'm doing something different. And I think that's important. I mean, I can make 30 editions of the Bugo. I've done so already. Maybe not 30, but quite a few. I can make more versions of this car too, and that's kind of what I'd like. I want to make more versions of the cars that I haven't made more versions of in the past. So yeah, that's where we are today. I still am serious, by the way, about doing some kind of games before finishing off the series in 2021. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to do some kind of Olympics-based thing, although obviously Olympics is trademarked as consider found out the hard way, so I'm gonna have to continue on with my knockoff X games. Hopefully they don't sue me, my goodness. Oh yeah, this car wheel spins so bad and hesitates tremendously with the ESC because of it. It does not want to do much. It really likes to keep itself in control, even though, well, it's fighting itself constantly. If I turn this off, then it's just gonna be, yeah, burnouts for days as long as you hold down the throttle. Burnout forever. That's a good name for a new Burnout game, by the way, Burnout Forever. Please and thank you, EA, do something good for a change. Yeah, I think the only way to keep this car in line without ESC is just keep it... Ooh, wow. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me give advice from a point of view of somebody who can actually drive. Oh wait, that can't be me. What I was going to say was, I think especially in S1 and without ESC, this car is dangerous and needs to be babied. Otherwise it's just going to throw you off the road and you will inevitably die. But that is just par for the course of this thing. However, I really like the way that it's geared. I think I did a decent job on that. The way that it handles is reasonable. ESC definitely saves it in terms of its handling, because otherwise you'd be all over the place with these wheels. But I also kind of went full commitment with the not hard long life, but the off-road wheels. I could have went medium compound or hard long life and probably would have still been decent off-road. Would have had some reasonable off-road chops even with those things. I often wonder if this downed bridge here is an homage to the mod where you can bring down a bridge in BeamNG. No idea, but it just makes me think about that. Well, I've been driving on the roads quite a bit, but I have not been driving on the dirt roads quite enough, so I'm just gonna rocket myself over there real quick, at least attempt to make it over there, and fail drastically. Alright, dirt roads, here we come. Let's try and stay off the highway for a bit, see if I can just manage that. I'm gonna have to reset the car though, because I just broke it. I'm gonna stay in drive this time instead of sport, and I'm gonna try and go quick. I mean, I'm doing 100 and I'm drifting, and I'm really drifting now. Oh wow. This is not gonna go well, Mr. Snowman. We need to get you back to the fridge, and maybe some ice after this, perhaps. Yeah, on dirt roads it's even less controlled. So much so that the throttle is honestly like maybe 5% down most of the time. This car has so much power and weighs so little that it is just ridiculously quick. But being back to 1-to-1, 1 horsepower per 1 kilo, it is shockingly quick. Shockingly. Far too quick for me. It's fun when my own creations ellipse my skill level, which honestly happens all the time. I think the only exception is the Bugo. Probably why it's my favorite car, or at least one of them. But yeah, this version definitely breathed some new life into the Magnum Opus for me, and that has me excited. As long as I can get it back up here, that is. It's also making me think about MotorStorm for some reason. I don't know, did they have supercars like this in MotorStorm? I guess so. I never actually played it, never got to. That's one of my in the background goals. I'm hoping to try and find a PlayStation 3 and get to playing some of those racing games I missed. And I also would like to get a PS4 so I can play some of the ones I missed on there too, like Drive Club. I think that'd be a lot of fun, but yeah, never got a chance to play it. Ooh, I'm doing something good here, doing something good, and immediately failed, and now we have a flat tire. Okay, back into S1, and I might turn ESC back on just to make it a little bit more bearable, because without ESC, it's basically just me doing what the ESC does and attempting to control the power so that I don't slide off of cliffs. And I say cliffs with plural because there are many of them. There are quite a few, especially on this road right here. This may as well be Cliff Road too. It's a little bit dangerous. Thank goodness those signs do not have collision because I have made it through barely alive. And just wait until I start doing an actual IRL track racing, guys. Things are going to get hairy real quick. Probably going to end up breaking my car badly in the first run. Just putting that out there. Okay, one thing about the brakes is I shouldn't have shrunk them so much. I feel like the car is not stopping as quickly as I would like. I don't remember if it has ABS or not. That's one thing I probably should have thought about, but actually I think if it has ESC it has ABS immediately. I know the brakes are, I mean they're strong, but they are heating up considerably, which is not good, so that was one thing I probably shouldn't have messed with. Probably should have just left the brakes extremely heavy, as they were on the original version of the car. And we can also pull into the shop, by the way, which is cool. It's nice that they actually put a semi-interior in this thing. It's probably where this car would spend most of its time, especially looking at that. So yeah, like I said, ESC on, much more controlled, still a monster, still an absolute wreck to drive, which is a lot of fun. You can wreak some havoc with this thing. And then let me just jump back on the dirt trails here and see how that works. Keeping in mind, of course, that the car has hit a pole, so it is mildly damaged. I'm not sure if that's actually affecting performance or not. Losing fixtures might be losing weight though, technically. I guess we could be improving. Oh, but I'm not. Yikes. Holy. Okay. You know what? I think Mr. Snowman, hiding under there somewhere, has had enough of this cold temperature. I mean, warm temperatures. It's the desert. We're in Utah. What am I talking about? Let's go to the cold and see how he likes it there. So if you've never seen this course before, it is called the Velodrome, and yes, it is an ice map, but it's also a torture test of your car, and I figured we may as well give it one run through. I'm also going to turn on, wow, those lights are not done right at all. I really should fix that. The front ones are fine, but I really should have fixed the back ones. Either way though, this map is really dark. It's got a lot of stuff going on, so it probably looks terrible on YouTube because of the bitrate allowance, but don't worry about it. Just bear with me as we get through this because it's worth it. This map is excellent, and it is a total torture test. This is the daytime version. There is also a nighttime version and a blizzard version, but yeah, daytime hopefully makes it a little bit easier for you. This car is not going to make it through without having to reset, I can tell you that. I don't think it's possible. But I was talking about MotorStorm before, and this is MotorStorm inspired, very clearly so. It's not so much about your power, it's more about your durability, and yeah, I'm going to go down this way. Just to avoid some of the death below. This is the kind of thing that you would take a rock crawler on, perhaps. Not this trail specifically, but this map. Or maybe a stadium truck, something like that would do well on here. Not really a supercar. But we will take the road less traveled because it does seem to work out nicer for this type of thing. Ooh, that was a big hit. We're gonna go for the yellow route because it does tend to be easier. And, oh wow, it's been a while since I've been on this map. I totally forgot it. Okay, this way, and let's go around instead of bouncing around. Trying to take the least amount of damage we can. This may as well be the Endurodrome. This is the longer Endurodrome, I should say. But yeah, yellow route once again, because the red one is a jump. Try to avoid those as much as we can. There is a really cool spot on this map, which has... oh, we've got a crowd cheering for us. Goodness, that's rare. But there's a really cool spot on this map that has wind effects, and I really like it. Back when I first discovered it, I was very happy to find that. So I will hopefully be able to get through that my first time. I've been through there a number of times with other cars, but this one, not so much. And here we go, we're getting up close. Okay, so you can see the blowing wind up there and an ice pit here. Yeah, okay, not too bad for us, thankfully. That was not too bad at all. And okay, now it gets worse. It gets much worse up here. We're gonna take this route. We could potentially go around the other way, but that's obviously dangerous. This is fog and wind. Round 2. I mean, if I was trying to go fast, it might prove to be an issue. Okay, bye. Yeah, you probably saw me fly up in the air a little bit there. Yeah, that was my mistake. I went a bit too fast. I was a little bit impatient, and now we just rolled down a mountain. This time, I'm gonna do it right. We're gonna go through the first one, no problems. And the second one, I'm gonna take it nice and slow, fight the wind a little bit, and make it through no problem. This is probably the hardest one, and we're good. See, not too bad if you're paying attention. Very steep grade though. Yeah, shouldn't be an issue for this car. We do have tons of grip when I'm not having the throttle all the way down. Another thing I really like about this map is this ice chute. It is incredibly cool and very difficult to keep the car controlled on. So I'm just gonna try my best here to not get stuck. I'm not exactly trying to go fast, you probably noticed. I've already done one restart, okay? I do not want to have to do more. But down the ice chute we go, and mega drift. We'll try and take the yellow route once again. Hop over this. Ooh, that's pretty decent. Oh, that's not decent. Okay, I gotta go slower. And then, yeah, now the next challenging part of the course. Mainly, we need to get, oh wow, we need to get over the fact that I just popped 2 tires. And we also need to get over this bump up here. Not too bad. Ooh, that was a bit of a knock though, goodness. Okay, 2 flat tires aside, I think I'm actually doing not too bad. I'll just have to make it through the rest of this, which there isn't too much left, so I should be okay, theoretically. Hey, that's it, I did it. Well, 1 restart was all I really needed, but yeah, that was a bit much. That was really rough for this car, my goodness. Winter map is good. This map is great if you have a stadium truck, but not advisable for your hypercar of choice. No Ferraris on here, please. Oh no, I'm going through the crowd. No. Okay, good. They don't have collision. That could have been bad. Sorry, guys. But there you go. There's the velodrome. There is the Magnum Opus V3.5. Let me get away from this crowd. They are actually annoying. But yeah, that's it for this video. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Let me know what you thought of it in the comments. And like I said at the beginning of the video, please subscribe. And yeah, if you're interested in this content, then you're probably going to like the rest of my videos and my current ongoing IRL video where I'm building a G35 for the street/track/ autocross. I don't know. We'll have to see how things go, but that's the current play on that. 3 videos in and I'm having a lot of fun in that series, so check that out, please. Support this channel if you can. But yeah, that's it for this video. See you guys again next time. Hey everyone, welcome back to Automation. So you probably know this already, but I'm kind of into carbon fiber. This is my Magnum Opus, or at least a clone of it. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Most of it is carbon fiber. The chassis is carbon fiber. Even the wheels are carbon fiber. The entire interior is also carbon fiber, and the seats are madly cut off. But we won't worry about that now, because this thing is going to be getting a bit of an update. My focus for today is black editions, specifically like Mercedes AMG black edition cars, where they take the regular AMG and then they turn it up a considerable notch. Except my twist on this is going to be carbon. This car is already mostly carbon, but I want to make it even more so, so we're going to change the entire body material to carbon and work on a new engine and basically make a black edition hyper version of the Magnum Opus. If that sounds cool, stick around. Alright, so let's start way back at the beginning. The Magnum Opus V3 is what this one is, clone. Now, very importantly, the base chassis is going to stay the same. I'm not going to be modifying that. That's just what comes with the territory. There are some issues with this car, one of them being wheel spin, which is unfortunate, but this is one of my better driving cars, i.e. it is the Magnum Opus after all, and I feel like I'm going to ruin that today, so let's go for it. Brand new engine. So previously this car had a 6-liter V10 that made 960 or 950 horsepower, somewhere around there, depending on which version. And this time what I'm going to do is we're actually going to drop down 2 cylinders, but we're going to add 2 turbos. So let's go for it. Probably a 6-liter again. I just kind of like that style. Basically, I'm aiming for around 1200 to 1500 horsepower. I think we're going to hit that pretty easy. So I went up on the bore and I'm low on the stroke, which theoretically should mean we can get a decently high revving engine here. Although, again, we'll have to see how this goes. Magnesium dual overhead cam. Oh yeah, all of the best for this car. Let's go billet steel internals, lightweight titanium, lightweight forged, and high quality stuff, although I'm not going to purposefully max it out, just because I do want to keep this car semi-realistic. If it had 3 million horsepower, that's not really going to fly. Well, maybe it literally will, but not what I'm going for. Oh yes, 2 turbos, heck yes, big intercooler on there, or we could go no intercooler and try to be weird, but let's go big. Race preset for now, we'll come back to it. Direct injection race ultimate. Oh yes, now this is coming along, and we do have a carbon intake immediately, sticking with the theme. Okay, so I've done a little bit of aesthetic work on the engine. We have red accents and a carbon fiber theme going on, as you may expect. That's going to keep going throughout the entirety of this. It makes a pretty sweet 780 horsepower, 779 actually, with no stress and a bit of a restrictive intercooler. If we raise that up, we're probably going to make more power. Oh wow, okay, over 1,000, goodness. Yeah, wheel spin is going to be a significant issue with this car, and I feel like that's a good thing. And the curve, you know, okay, let me be real honest with you guys at the moment. I'm not good at tuning engines, and even though I've been playing this game for literally like over 200 hours and I have hundreds of videos on it now, I'm still not good at it. I'm improving slowly, but I'm still not great at it. So if the curve in this isn't perfect, there's your disclaimer. Okay, let's continue. So my goal here is, well, we don't have VVL, so we're going to be running with a basic cam profile. A lot of the tuning with turbo engines has to be done here, especially to get off weird bumps like this. And yeah, we're going to have to work on this as well. Oh yeah, I actually have given this car a exhaust system. I know that that might be blasphemy for us racing driver types, but I want it to be at least a little bit quiet and not just straight through all the way or with nothing. Again, this car is supposed to be semi-realistic, so that's why I'm working with it like this. This car can handle a ton of revs. 9,700 is where we sort of max out. My goodness, we could get all the way up there if we really wanted to. I kind of want to and just make this thing into a screamer. Not saying it's actually going to work out that well, but let me try just for fun. Okay, so with cam profile up very high, we're making 1,400 horsepower at a cool 8,300 RPM. We don't have much down low, like there's basically no low end, but man does it hit the power hard up here. I don't know if I like that or not, but I'm very happy to say that it exists at least. And this is probably restrictive, yeah. That's a pretty nice, almost 1,500 horsepower, goodness. At some point I have to stop, and I'm starting to get to that area, because with the quality all the way up, we could probably get this engine to like 2,500 horsepower if I was really pushing it. But again, I don't want to. I'm turning it up too much. I can't handle the power, at least without making the wheels ridiculously wide, which we might do anyways. I'm actually cool with that. 1,500 is now our goal, no higher. Okay, just a little bit higher. Okay, there it is. Really, really crap low end, but man, do we have a power burst. I'm excited to drive this car, not because I think it's going to be good, but because I'm excited for this ridiculous climb here, going from a measly 371 horsepower up to a classy 1,600. Yes, I went there. Alright, let's see what we can do about this wheel spin and all of the other problems that we're going to run into, because I'm sure there will be many. Okay, so this is the car in its current form. I really dig the purple, but we're actually going to lose it for this on purpose. And I feel like we're going to have to do some other things as well to prevent it from being entirely black, which is sort of the area that we're headed to. Yeah, again, this is supposed to be a hyper edition, so we may as well have some fun. Okay, so the car actually has its own carbon paint already, so I'm just going to go ahead and try to color the body panels that and see how it looks. And wow, that is maybe a little bit too much carbon, actually? Is that even possible? Why don't we try and color it so it looks a little bit less, well, like this. It's just everywhere. Okay, so this is what the purple looks like, except in, well, carbon form, and I actually kind of like that better. Although, oh geez, yeah, no, we need to go up on the shine just a little bit. That was a little bit too matte, but I colored the hood just regular carbon, and the car itself is now a purple carbon, which is really sweet. Oh man, this green is so nice. I feel like if I just turn it up just a little bit in brightness, it's like, whoa, that is a whole new color for this car. Except if you consider the off-road version I made a while ago. Just put that one out of your mind. But we'll go with this sort of teal for now, and maybe I'll come back and change it. Man, I'm liking the way this is going though. We have to fix these seats. I don't know how the heck I messed that up, but other than that, things are going pretty decent. Okay, so first order of business, other than fixing the seats, which I've just done really quickly, is going to be changing the rims into something a little bit more aggressive. Not to say that these weren't aggressive before, but I feel like they can be even more so. As well, I was thinking about dropping the suspension considerably, if that's even possible. Actually, it's not. It's literally as low as it'll go. Okay, never mind. I really like these like way over complex wheels. Especially on this car, I think they just look really darn good, so I'm gonna go with these ones this time. Bit of a change from last time, but I think it's gonna be fine. While we're on the topic of wheels, because, well, I feel like I'm gonna mess up the ride anyways, sportiness 96, a little bit into oversteer. Again, this car is all-wheel drive, so that makes sense. But let's make it worse by increasing the offset in the front and in the back. I want this thing to be wide. So I feel like I'm going to ruin the drivability of this car anyways. It's currently got 20s, and I feel like for the style purposes... Oh, never mind, we can't get away with 21s. Darn. They just blow out the front tires. Okay, I managed to fix the front tire blowouts, but I am mildly concerned. Either way, it's going to be as it is for now. But while we're here in Black Edition territory, it's going to need wider tires on the front and the back, just to make up for its newfound ridiculous horsepower. Okay, now here's where things get interesting, because I want to do something to this car that I've been doing on the past few cars, stuff that I've been messing around with that I've been having a lot of fun with, and that is putting holes through the body and having them exit in the rear. Awkward sounding, I know, but it is fun, and so that's what I want to do today. Let me show you an example. Okay, this is an example of the last car that I made that had it. Just ignore that gigantic front end, and notice that it has 4,445 horsepower, and it's also front wheel drive. But yeah, it's got some rockets sticking out the back. It's got a bit of a hole in the back. This is an example of me just kind of rushing through it and doing it poorly. It was an exercise in design, and my goodness, it's definitely going to stay as an exercise. And this car is an example of me doing it well. This is one of my favorite cars that I've designed in automation. I know it looks excessively awkward and there's just way too much going on, but that back end is gorgeous, and the huge rocket piece coming out of the back with the exhaust actually hanging in there is one of my favorite works of my own art. I know I'm tooting my own horn a little bit, but I really like the way this car looks, and so I feel like I want to recreate at least some of its ideas on the Magnum Opus, at least this Black Edition version, or Carbon Edition. Black Carbon Edition. That's what we're going with. The back end of this car has always been relatively tame, the sides have also always been relatively tame, and so I feel like it's time that I fix that. Okay, so I made some quick changes. Basically, the back end is wider now, and that also allowed me to fit maximum size tires on there because, yes, we're going to need those. And also, some of the trim is mildly broken, so I've got to fix that. But after that, I think it's time that we cut some holes. Okay, so I've made a few subtle changes. One, the back end is now holy, and you can see daylight through it, which is nice, and that means a couple extra fixtures kind of added on top to make things more fancy. I've been turning things carbon as I see them. Stuff like the under spoiler for the spoiler is now carbon, and the spoiler itself. I have increased the size of the exhaust pipes and angled them out just a little bit so they're poking out the back. I just think that's a little bit more aggressive, maybe. But again, because this car is just so ridiculous, we'll probably have a big diffuser here. I also really like how the exhaust pipes look, and the diffuser might cover that, so we'll see if I actually go with that or not. The exhaust pipes being semi-symmetrical like that is just really cool. And the engine is in the back of this car, so, well, it's a mid-engine car, I guess, technically. So it's a really short run, and coming right out the turbos like that, it just, I don't know. It just looks good. Okay, so that's stage one of the cut-throughs, but I have a few more ideas. One of the ones I was thinking of originally was making a giant cut right here, and then kind of having that be a feeder for the engine, like having this become like a big hole where there could be an intercooler or something. So I'm going to try that idea and see if I can't just make it work, and yeah. Goodness. One thing I really need to do is try this whole car against the other Magnum Opus and see if it's actually better or not. I suspect that it probably won't be just because of how wheel spinny it's going to be, but you know, I'm trying to help that with the bigger wheels, so we'll see. Okay, this is the start of something good. That's all I'm gonna say. Basically, I'm just trying to take these pieces here, trying to see if I can fit them into my newfound back end that is going to be awesome. Using some of the techniques I used in the other car, including a lot of these 3D pieces that we can just kind of slap around and reshape the body with. People have made entire bodies out of these and these pieces here, so you can do a lot of stuff. This might be my most controversial piece yet, but I'm trying something new, okay? Trying something new. That doesn't mean it's going to be good right away. Oh wow, it's going to be horrible. Okay, you might be asking what the heck is going on, and I really don't blame you. I've made a few modifications to the back end, including but not limited to a custom one-off carbon wing made up of two other, well, I guess it's 3 pieces, but basically one of these wings here, these are sort of like chassis mounted wings, at least the bottom one is supposed to be, but they're huge, and I fitted it to one of these sort of angled wing pieces because I like those and I don't really know how to use them, and I think I found a pretty good use because they fit on there nicely. Very strange, but incredibly cool, so I'm gonna keep that, and now we're building the rest of the design around this. Yeah, okay. Oh man, I'm having too much fun. That's when you know it's gonna be a good build. Oh yeah, I know you won't be able to see the brake lights from the side. Don't worry about it. This is not gonna be a street car. We may as well take the plates off now. I'll leave them, I like the look. Alright, I've done it. I went straight off the deep end. I'm just like, you know what? Let's make something absolutely mad, because why not? It's time. The Magnum Opus deserves a full-on race car edition. This black edition has transformed, and I used a bunch of body cutting materials to cut out a lot of this. There still is some wheel stuff in there, but that's fine because I do intend to cover it up, or possibly cut out the rest if I can get in there. It's not exactly easy to cut these wheel pieces for whatever reason. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. Okay, so now we have a cut off back end on the car. A little bit different than what I was originally going for, but I'm definitely fine with it. Goodness, this is turning into something a little bit more special than I had intended. However, that's not a bad thing. The wheels on the back, by the way, max size. They're as big as they can get. Offset could be bigger, but I feel like it's pretty much perfect for what we're working with, so yeah, there we are. Now obviously if the back end undergoes a ridiculous treatment like this, then the rest of the car is going to need it too. You can see that I kept the basic distinction. I want to keep that the same throughout the entire car, so we're going to keep the same stuff, generally speaking. The things that matter at the very least. I don't think I'm going to modify the interior. Maybe we could put some racing seats in, but it's going to be mostly just this front end next, I would think. You know, it's time that we wide-bodied this car. At least mildly wide-bodied, just a little bit of wide-bodying, if you know what I mean. I'm going to use this piece here, and then I'm going to cut out whatever it doesn't cover, and it'll look hopefully decent. These ones always tend to cut into the bodies. You can see that here. So the name of the game is basically just to thin it out just a little bit so it doesn't do that, and then find a good spot for it and stick it there, and then we can color it up and have it be all nice. That's the goal. Okay, so I'm doing some work to try and get everything to blend in a little bit nicer with the car. I guess I'm making some mistakes here because that's not quite blending correctly, but the gist of this is I just want everything to line up nice, and I'm working my hardest to try and get it there. That's a little bit better. It's going to have a very obvious wide body and a lot of random lines on it, which is not a bad thing. I don't know. I just want it to look a little bit more aggressive. Okay, this now is giving me some really bad but also great ideas. Thank you to this wide body kit for making me do things that I probably shouldn't. Oh yes, wide. Yeah, we're definitely going square fenders. Let's go. That is super aggressive. I really like it. I just wish that I could get it higher without making it float weirdly like that, but other than that, we good. A little bit of floating, a little bit of awkwardness. A lot of awkwardness, actually. I gotta fix that. Okay, I realize that my sort of dragon wing modifications are sort of blocking the vision of the driver, but it's all in good fun, okay? That's how it was meant to be. Don't worry. I'm just basically using these to cover this up, but also at the same time add some weird design to the car, because at this point I'm going all out. It's now or never. I may as well make things weird. Okay, that is mildly complicated, but interesting. I think what I'm going to do, just because I don't like how thick this is just kind of shrink it down a little bit. It just feels too imposing. Is that a good word for it? Probably not. At the same time, I could always just drag it all the way down and have it sit down low, in which case we can then bring the front down this low and essentially have this car rewritten as some kind of ridiculous low hypercar. Which it already sort of is, so why not? Let's do it. This front lip, yeah, it's gotta go. Let's make a new one. Okay, so I've made some other modifications to the front and also the side of the car, including but not limited to. It now has what I'm calling dragon scales on the front, which I think are really cool. And then also I've done a little bit of work on the back in the same sort of vein. And I haven't made them carbon fiber black because I felt like they meshed better with the body in this color. Same thing with the side stuff. It just feel like it meshes better with the body in this color. So yeah, visibility is mildly reduced from the driver's seat, but other than that, it's brilliant. Okay, let's fix the front end. There's some work to be done here. So if we go with classic lips, basically the best option that we have is to use one of these pieces here because it'll wrap around the body. The problem is that it won't go big enough, so I think I might have to make something custom because it does not want to extend past its current position, or really at all for that matter. I know this car has a lot of fixtures and the game is not particularly liking it. Oh yeah, this is what this car looks like without a body. So this is just all fixtures. Basically the whole front end, most of the back end, the whole top, engine, entire cockpit. Yeah, it's come a long way. There's a lot going on here. I could probably remake the body in my own style if I wanted to, but I feel like that might be a thing for another day. An open cockpit version of this car, absolutely yes. Okay, so there is a custom lip right there. It's the wrong color, but I actually like this one better than the previous one. Basically, all I did was just take a 3D piece and then modify its axis and stuff until it fit. Nice and easy. But obviously, if we're going to have it be low as this one is, then we're going to need to extend it out considerably, and then it's just going to be huge and chonky. So, not ideal. Still got some work to do on this idea. However, I am liking this general direction. Okay, that is just cool. Overall, man oh man, it's just rocking it. Okay, a little bit more work needs to be done to this front end. I feel like I can do better than just the basics as to where it has been for a while. Obviously, I want to do more. Notice anything different about the front end? Well, I just spent a bunch of time redoing the entire front grille, and yeah, it's made out of the pieces that were there before, except this time they are, well, different in the sense that there are many of them and they're bigger, and I don't know, I just feel like that's kind of cool, and I'm realizing now that this is totally not big enough, so let's make it bigger. Goodness, that is a bit of a difference on the front, a massive difference on the back, and I still feel like I can do more. Goodness. So much little stuff to do. The sides are still as barren as ever on this car. I guess that's just its style now, but man, I've got a lot of ideas for this. Don't worry, there will still be more after this. And this is not an official V4 or anything. That will come eventually. Okay, I'm dropping the gloves. It's time. It's been a long, bloody time. Much blood flowing through my veins, thankfully not out of them, but we're going to be finishing up the rest of the car now because I could probably go on for another 5 hours, but that's going to have to be at another time. Time is of the essence, and my goodness, I think I've done a pretty decent shot at it. This is probably the coolest Magnum Opus I've made, Magnum Opus Black Carbon Edition, and yes, this is a full-on race car now. Okay, let's try and make it actually drive. So I decided to switch to a 7-speed sequential. It was previously a 7-speed dual clutch, and we can do 495 max. That is quite a lot. Somewhere around here-ish, I guess, is that top speed. Again, the complaint with this game is that that covers the graph, which I want to see, but either way, wheel spin 33%, first gear, second gear, third gear, and fourth gear, all susceptible to that. That's wheel spin all the way up to basically 300 kilometers an hour. Beautiful. So the car has an electric LSD, and the power distribution is mostly towards the back. I guess we should probably turn it a little bit more towards the back. That might help with the wheel spin a little bit. And quality is hammered all the way up, because of course it is. Semi-slicks, we're actually, wow, that is beautiful, right in between the two. So this thing should drive decent depending on how I tune it. I'm not going to touch the wheels though, they're pretty much perfect. I want to see, yeah, we've shot up in kilograms. I mean, gone up from, we were 960 before, but now we're up to 1,112, so there definitely has been an advancement forward in the weight. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but I mean, we have a lot more power, so we're going to be able to get moving regardless. The brakes are very, very strong. We might actually have to shrink them, or at least turn this down. One of my old techniques that I used on this car was having large brake discs, but having the pad type be lowered, just because it allows for the brakes to cool, even though they're 6-piston carbon ceramics. And over here in the old downforce, we're currently rocking, well, this is the rear over here. We actually have a lot of front wing angle. I'm going to turn that down to maybe here, and we'll see what that does. Okay, that actually fixed the issue with the downforce, but I'm wondering, oh yeah, wheel spin is worse. So it really is just one or the other. We're gaining a lot of top speed though. You know, that doesn't make any sense because this car obviously has more downforce than the previous version. As long as we're not going to be bottoming the thing out, then I think I should probably turn some of this up quite a bit, actually. You know what, I've decided that for the sake of the drivability in the lower speeds, I'm just going to deal with it for the rest of this because, my goodness, I really want to lower this wheel spin as much as possible. This graph is all over the place, and that's not ideal. And as this is a regular race car, we have basic interior, basic infotainment, one seat, nice and easy, And then, oh goodness, this is lighter weight, yeah. Down in this area, we do have no power steering, which is surprisingly not an issue for some reason. So we have ABS. I guess that's just going to allow me to stop a little bit better. We should probably increase that up. I mean, race cars, that's not necessarily what you want, but if we have ESC, we can control our wheel spin, and then I can always turn it off as well if I want to. This might be the first Magnum Opus with these things. Okay, suspension, I don't want to change this too much. I'm kind of fine with the way that it's at, but I'm going to restart over at a race preset, and I'm going to drop the car down low. Okay, let's see what it looks like up a little bit so that warning goes away. And it wants it right there. You know what? That's not that much of a difference. I'm going to leave it, and that means that the car has a lot less warnings, so I would consider that to be a good thing. But my goal here is going to be to get that sportiness up to a lovely 100%. I'll just start messing with this stuff until we get there, and then goodness, this car might be ready for BeamNG. Stick around. Alright, I have hit my goal of 100% sportiness, very good cornering, 1.3 Gs, and a drivability of 95%. Yikes, I believe that this car is finished. It's 1,125 kgs. We don't have 1-to-1 anymore, but that's okay. Power to weight ratio now is a little bit different than what it previously was. Goodness, this thing is ready to tear up some pavement. Let's go to beamng.drive and hit some massive, massive turbo lag. Now that's what I'm talking about. Alright, so this is what the car looks like in BeamNG. I think there's something maybe wrong with the carbon fiber texture in BeamNG because it is shiny, and my goodness, the aliasing on this is ridiculous. And yeah, it looks like that even in my screen. Like it's not just a YouTube thing, that is how it goes, but that's okay because the car performs incredibly well, just ridiculously well. I want to give you an example of how well this car performs by quickly doing a top speed run, just straight down here, no ESC. Yeah, just going as fast as I can down this way, and you'll hear some massive pops and burbles and stuff. This car is incredibly loud, even with a full exhaust system. But what makes it interesting is a long time ago I made a land speed record Bugo, and I remember I was pretty happy to hit 340 kilometers an hour. This car very casually has just passed, well, 500 kilometers an hour in 7th gear. Look at that back end. This thing has a rake on it like nothing else, and wow, it'll do over 500 kilometers an hour. Easy. I'm very, very pleased with this, and somewhere down the line I'm going to need to make a version that may or may not challenge the speed record in automation and BeamNG for a car that actually drives. I know it's possible to just glitch the game and start pinging off into existence, but for something actually moving, not modified in JBeam, this is pretty darn fast. So that's just one aspect of the drivability of this thing. I made the gears so long that it'll get up to highway speeds here in Canada, in first gear. So if you really wanted to cruise on the highway in this car, you can literally just drive anywhere in first gear. You're fine on legal roads. But when you want to get onto the racetrack, there is plenty for you to do. And yes, this car offers some grunt in that department. I haven't really tested the handling yet, to be honest with you. I mostly just have been playing with the ridiculous top speed, and like the downforce that this car has keeps it planted, like my goodness. It really, really flies, and it excels at the top speed stuff. However, we'll have to work on the handling to see if I can get something out of it, because at the moment, I mean, I'm going a little bit too fast to turn. So keeping in mind that this is a sequential gearbox, it is extremely fast, and that means, well, I can keep banging the gears over and over again to try and get to where I want to go, or I can just fly off of this obstacle, lose half of my fixtures because this car is full of them, and continue. Yeah, she's still good. One thing I wanted to try while we're in the area is just to give this drag strip a little bit of a run, starting from the base, but I mean, does it really matter? Let's go. No traction control. I will launch this how it's meant to be launched. Oh, it jumps. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I think we need a longer section of this pavement. My goodness. 300 and something at the end. Yeah. She quick. Okay, one issue that the car is having is that the rear brakes are fading under heavy braking, but I'm braking from 300 kilometers an hour down to like 100, so I think that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I'm not super concerned about that. Okay, so this course here is a bit of a handling course. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay on it and actually maintain any speed, but I'm very invested to try. Something like this where it's low speed corners, this car is not really gonna ever get out of first, I don't think. Like that might actually be the most optimal gear for any sort of slow track. That's not normally what you would think, but really long gearing is causing this. And my goodness, it slides around like nothing. Oh no. Back in the days when ESC sucked, I never put it on any of my cars, but thankfully these days sport mode is actually not bad. So I'm just going to kick it off in that and kind of see where things end up, because we've made it to the handling section. There's a skid pad over here where we can test out our 1.3 rating on the G-force. However, I feel like the car is basically just going to spin its entire way through this, which is fine too, let's be real. I mean, there's always the off-road stuff and then all the bumps and things, but as you would likely suspect, we're not going to do very well on these. So let's go to an actual racetrack right after we run over this really bumpy road just for fun. So this car has really stiff suspension. Again, as you would suspect, I made it as stiff as it can go, generally speaking, but I mean, we're kind of just flying over the bumps at 100 k's an hour. No problems at all. Alright, one more thing. Let's ramp off this into a ridiculous height, and then we'll go and do an actual race. Just for fun. Yes, totally worth it. Alright, down you go. And it's a fixture pinata. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go for an automation test track lap. I feel like it'll be a bit of fun to try this. This is a bit more of an open track, so we should be able to get up into something that isn't first gear. It's also an easy one because, again, I'm not the best of drivers. And the only baseline time I have is 5 minutes to do 2 laps in a car that I made that was supposed to be sort of a hybrid futuristic car. So I think we're going to be able to beat that. But are we going to be able to actually set a decent time? I don't know. Okay, let's go. Yeah, there's a bit of smoke coming out of the pipes on this lad. I'm going to quickly pause and put it into sport mode because I feel like that's the best call for this. And we'll give it the best shot here. You can see there are a few widgets around, things that we need to pay attention to. You can see what I'm doing over in the bottom left, and there is actually a G-force counter over here, so you can see what kind of G's I'm pulling in the corners. Probably enough to rip most people's faces off. Let's go for it. Okay, that's a lot more smoke than what I'm used to. It was not smoking this much on the grid map, and immediately I'm going too fast for that first corner. I have a lot to learn. I feel like I really need to overdrive into these corners in order to get a decent speed out of them. And I'm also going to downshift as much as I can for this upcoming corner. Use some of that engine braking and first gear through. Hopefully that was decent, I don't know. This is a banked corner. This is not particularly tricky in any sort of slow car. It's actually kind of fun in a slow car, but here everything is scary. Especially this next part, which is a long straight of death. 5 gears is probably too much. Let's slow it down. We should be able to fly through, but again, I am moderately afraid. This is mostly a test lap anyway. The next lap will hopefully be better as I fly out into the dirt once again. I'm gonna consider 2 times in the dirt to be not that bad. Oh, this is a chicane. Oh, I forgot about this thing. Basically, what I found out from this testing so far is that this car is so ridiculously quick that it's too fast for the corners if you really are pushing it. Like, especially these kind of corners, you gotta slow down majorly to be able to get through this stuff. And using engine braking as well to be able to do it, still not enough. Still not enough. The sport thing is keeping me from having massive wheel spins and times way off the track, but I mean, I'm still getting darn close. Okay, flying lap. Let's see if I can do better than a 2-minute 3. I think I can. Oh, never mind. I screwed it. Holy. Oh, darn. Well, the engine is broken because the engine's in the back of this car and it's fairly sensitive. Oh man, this did not go as well as I thought it might. Okay, so we're at the West Coast map, and I feel like it's time that we raced against some of my more favorite creations, including the previous Magnum Opus, the Magnum Opus V3. The reason being, well, I don't think this is much of a fair fight, so that makes it more fun for me, but also, I think that's just where this car excels. It's really darn good in these drag races, and I'm very curious to see how kind of, like what kind of a time I can lay down with it, so let's go. Okay, the game has it loaded in Chrome, which is awesome, but not quite what I had anticipated. I'm going in sport mode. I think that might actually cut my power. I'm gonna go into off of any modes. Oh, we're staged. I'm a little bit too far forwards. Oh man, it got a serious jump on me because I'm not used to this new drag race section. That car is wickedly quick, and well, I'm gonna have to do it again, but an 8.2 is the time to beat. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's messy. Oh my goodness, it's real messy. Holy 7.8, and I was like flying all over the place, wheelie off the line. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's do it again. Except this time, maybe I won't pop a tire halfway through. Clean. Super clean. Oh yeah, come on, 5th gear. 7.4. Holy. Do I have anything that's that fast? I'm not sure I do. Hold on a minute. Okay, you know I had to do it to him. It's time to kick it off with the Aero. This is the 2900 horsepower all-wheel drive variant. And it is a wickedly quick car, as you can likely imagine. It has a lot more power than me. Oh, I just flunked it right off the line. I went into second. Oh man, okay, let's see what kind of time it lays down though to see what we're dealing with. 8. Oh no, it's not fast enough. Okay, I'm gonna try and race it head to head, but man, unless the AI gets a better time here, it is not fast enough. I'm really hot off the line on this one. 7.6 and another 8.0. Goodness. Okay, something faster. What do I even have? Power isn't everything, but I feel like it's time to go up against the Hellhound, which has 4,450 horsepower. All-wheel drive, of course. This is going to be a monstrous battle of the deaths here. The blue versus blue, carbon versus not. Can I do it? Okay, as long as I can line myself up, I think I have a good chance. Oh yeah, here we go. That car is super fast, I should clarify, but the AI might not be able to handle it. 7.5 and a 7.8. Goodness. Still not enough. Oh no, what else do I have? Okay, this is my most powerful car over there. I believe it has somewhere around 4,700 horsepower, and if that can't beat this, I don't know what is. And apparently I've crossed the line and so have they. Oh, please let me go through. Oh, I messed it up, but I'm kind of curious to see how fast that thing will go. I forgot that I was in first already and didn't need to shift, but 8 still. Oh man. You know what? I don't have anything faster than this car that I can think of. 7.4, other than one of the cars we did in the drag race showcase, is just so quick that I'm not sure I have anything that can even come close to beating this car. And I feel like that needs to change. Maybe next time. Anyway guys, hopefully you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you thought of it in the comments, and if you like these Magnum Opuses, be sure to check out the other ones in the series. There have been 4 others or 3 others, somewhere around there. I'm having a lot of fun making these cars, and I feel like this one turned out extremely well. So yeah, please give me your thoughts. Hopefully you enjoyed this video. I'll see you guys again next time. Hey everyone, welcome back to Automation. So today I'm testing out some new things. As you probably have noticed, my face is on the screen, as awkward as that is. I am very awkward, and I also look tired all the time, so I apologize in advance. I think I'm probably going to use this more for my weekly streams, but I figured today I'd test it out in a video as well. So let me know what you think of it. Is the webcam something that I should keep, or should I just keep it for streams? Today is an exciting day because I get to tell you about this sticker right here. Now, you've probably seen them before, it is not me actually presenting them, most likely. They're currently 10% off with code BUGO at checkout. That makes them under $5 US, and that includes taxes and shipping. So yeah, I'll send them all over the world. I handle it all in-house. I actually ship these out myself, and I package them myself as well. The sale lasts all the way up until Christmas Day. If you want to get it for Christmas, I would suggest ordering it sooner than later. Shipping, at least worldwide, is sometimes not really reliable, but I think it comes to the US in about a week, so yeah. Thanks guys. I will hope to see some more orders from you. I think so far I've done 53 orders of varying quantities of stickers, and for all of those people, the people who have ordered stuff, I am incredibly thankful. Oh yeah, I should show you this shirt that I'm wearing. It says Boosted Brothers, at least I think it does. If you actually know Japanese, please tell me, but that's what Google Translate told me it means. But this used to be merch that I had on my channel at one point through Teespring, but I ended up getting rid of it because I felt it was too expensive. And that's kind of where the stickers come in. Like, I've tried to make them as cheap as I possibly can while still making a little bit of profit on them. Like, to be honest with you, I don't make that much, but it's enough to justify doing it. So I'm hopeful to continue to sell them, in fact to sell out of them so I can try a new design. But until then, let's get into the video. So you've probably seen the title, and yeah, that's exactly what I plan to do. Let's make a modern Magnum Opus, which I already have many of at this point, but let's do it with really crappy old style tires because I feel like that can be a lot of fun. So yeah, let's go. It's been a long time since I made a Magnum Opus. I think the last one was here, the Black Carbon Edition, and then previously the Sahara Edition. Oh man, I have a few of these, don't I? For the purposes of this video, I'm going to be working with the original Magnum Opus V3, which is a 1-to-1. And I don't think we need to do much with the engine, but in terms of style, I think we should revitalize it just a little bit and then get on to the testing. So this car already has issues with wheel spin, which is going to serve us very nicely because old tires are terrible and we're not going to be able to have traction at all. In fact, I think I should probably just go ahead and sort that out right now. Crossply is the name of the game, and as you can imagine, they don't go particularly wide, especially with rims of this size. So let's go down to 19s, then we can get a little bit more width, but it's basically going to be wagon wheels from here on out. What I would equate this to is kind of like having drag tires on your car, except not the good slick kind, it's the skinny front tires that I'm talking about. And I mean 4 corners of them. I think this thing is all-wheel drive. If it's not, then we're gonna make it. Yeah, okay, all-wheel drive, but my goodness, the graph is probably all over the place. Yeah, we are deep into oversteer territory with 0 drivability and 0 sportiness, and probably blowing out tires and stuff, which is great. Downforce is too high, oversteer, lovely. I am going to stick with the semi-slicks because I feel like without that we're probably going to die. Okay, I fixed the blowout issue by having 205s. To put that in perspective, 205s are currently the size that I have on my Tibron, but those are the same wheels that I came with my Infiniti G35. So we have a 950 horsepower, crazy like hypercar basically is what this is, with wheels that you would find on a basic sort of sporty sedan. And even then, those are pretty thin wheels because on the coupes you get wider wheels. And I mean, I was spinning wheels on my Infiniti G35 with these all the time. So yeah, this is going to be a disaster, but that's kind of the point. Back over to style, I think we should make some concessions to this car to try and make it a little bit older looking, and then maybe have some fun with that. So first thing to change is going to be the rims. Oh yes, boys, it's going to have white walls. Yes, I feel like white walls are the answer to all of my problems. White walls on the Magnum Opus is something I never thought I would see, but I honestly don't hate it. It's not as bad as it seems, although I'm going to change this right now so I don't get this mixed up. Magnum Opus Classic Edition with a clone of the original engine. Now that's what I like to see. The purple is classic and I don't want to change it, but I am going to modify the wheel color because otherwise it's just going to be, I don't know, maybe a little bit too blending in. I want to see these rims. So they're going to be chrome, because of course they're going to be chrome. Everything has to be chrome now. This is an old car. Oh, what's this? All the trim is chrome? Oh, this is a whole new look that I wasn't getting into now. I was not expecting the entire interior to be chrome as well. I guess I forgot that I've made everything carbon fiber. You know, I don't hate it that much. It's not that bad. It could be worse, and it will be in about 2 seconds. Because I'm also going to change the secondary color to chrome, which is, wow. I don't hate it, honestly. I don't hate it. It could be better, and it will be better, but it's not that bad. Oh my goodness, the red is actually brilliant. I don't... wow. I don't really know what to say. Pure white. Ooh, that's not bad. That's really nice. Maybe a slightly lower shine. Goodness. Oh my goodness, my eyes. This is beautiful. I think one of the Magnum Opuses I've made previously has been similar in color to this, but goodness. Okay, let's go for that, but the slightly more minty version, and then I'm going to leave it just as is. So that's the entire body colored that color, and then even the secondary paint is currently that, with chrome trim, chrome wheels, and the brakes, let's just make them black so that they blend in. Okay, so I managed to get the rim size up to 17, which blocks a little bit more of the tire, and I gotta say that looks brilliant. I'm very, very happy with that. One thing though that I am thinking of is this white probably won't turn out in BeamNG, so we're gonna have to make some changes, although I think that these rims do have a version that is paintable, and so I'm going to use that instead. Okay, there we go. So the white walls are now pure white, and I made them wrinkle paint, so they should have a little bit of texture to them, as you can see there. So that should actually show up in game, which is going to be great. So the rest of it being chrome is pretty nice. The minty color is beautiful, and now I think we need to make some old-timey adjustments. So the engine is currently red, and that's just, I mean, it's not going to work. It needs to be something better. In this case, the weirder, the better. Maybe just this like off shade of blue without any flake. I think that's going to work nicely. Oh yeah, and the classic version of that as well. That's exactly what I want to see. And just so you're aware, this is a big lad. It's a 60-degree V12, 6 liters, and it happens to have 951 horsepower. Just what I like to see. Okay, so we have the paint sorted. On to the rest of things. I don't want to take too much away, but I do want to add in the right places. And this car, in my mind, is notoriously difficult to change because the way that it is, it's like nice, simple, and elegant. And whenever I modify it, I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to ruin that. So let's ruin it on purpose. I'm going to take away the iconic wing, the ones that I really like the layering of. Without it, it looks a little bit naked, so we're going to try and improve that. Oh man, I'm just going hipster look, aren't I? And then, you know, the best part about putting it in 3D is we can do stuff like this. Oh yeah, straight out of Forza now. Oh, that is really, really nice. Now I'm going to be spending 5 hours designing this instead of messing with it the way that I was intending to in Beam. But we'll still do that, don't worry. Okay, so what I would equate this to at the moment is it kind of looks like an old appliance, which is basically the idea, so I feel like I'm doing that correctly. I'm talking like your great-grandmother's fridge in the 50s. That's the kind of color scheme we've gone for here. Good lord, that thing is wide. Okay, I think I'm gonna keep that and move on to some other pieces because I can't dwell on this too much. Oh my goodness, I just had a brilliant idea. Okay, so you know how a lot of old cars have blocked off wheels? Let's block off the rears. I know that having them stick out is kind of cool, but I don't know. I feel like I want to at least try that. Okay, there used to be some pieces specifically to block off wheel wells, and I can't find them, so I'm just gonna have to make my own. Never mind, it looks terrible. I'm gonna scratch that idea. However, I do want to do something with the fenders, so I think I'm gonna bulge them out a little bit. I think I did this on the Sahara as well, but there are quite a few options for this. So a slight wide body kit, why not? Okay, I'm experimenting with a bit of an idea here, and I know I wide-bodied the previous version of this thing, but look at that. Like, what on this earth? I just like the way that it looks when it's underneath like that, so I feel like I'm gonna try and get it even wider. The wider the better at this point, really. Oh goodness, this is even better. Oh yes. Oh my goodness, no. Yeah, I have some work to do. This might take a while. Okay, I'm just gonna say this right now, but the quickest way to my heart is a well-made wide-body kit, and that is exactly what I'm attempting to do. It's totally unique, my own design, and also strange. And that's just me. So this video was originally just supposed to be me making a Magnum Opus as a test bed for cross-ply tires, and now all of a sudden it's transformed into the Magnum Opus Classic with a custom-made wide-body kit and fridge-like aesthetic. A little bit different than what I had originally envisioned, but I cannot complain. So let's keep it up. If you didn't notice before, I made the entire interior also this color because, yeah, obviously everything needs to be bluish sea green mint. Okay, time for some work on the other body molding stuff. Basically, I'm going to wrap around this front and also on the back, and then hope for the best in terms of how it lines up with the hood and such. Now, I understand that box fenders are supposed to go in the back and also facing the back, but I feel like this is just a lot more interesting. Does it make sense? No, but it doesn't have to. Okay, I kind of just realized the worst part about this webcam thing, and that is that you actually have to watch me laugh at my own jokes now. I'm sorry. Okay, so the Magnum Opus is looking fairly thick at the moment, which is nice. I have a little bit of tweaking to do, just some small stuff here and there that needs to be touched up, but other than that, it's it's coming along well. In terms of the actual testing, I mean, it's basically the same as the regular Magnum Opus, except obviously tires. We know it's going to be slower, but I'm going to try and tune it for these tires and see if that helps at all. Yeah, it's going to be awkward, but awkwardness is, again, my specialty, so maybe I can make something out of this. Okay, after a couple of changes, I think it's ready to go. It is wide, real wide, and unfortunately underneath it doesn't really show it, but this is what we've got to work with. So let's see if we can make it actually drive. Now that's going to be the big challenge about this, because of course driving is the whole point, or at least it originally was. I'm kind of happy with this design though. I feel like it's pretty decent. Let me know obviously what you think of it in the comments. I'm very interested to know if you guys actually like the stuff I make or not. Sometimes I'm not so sure. Okay, so we got strong oversteer, downforce to top speed is too high, causing the suspension to bottom out. I don't think I'm going to do anything about that. And then severe issues with wheel spin. Yeah, there's not much we can do about that either. So, alright, let's see what we got. So it thinks it'll do 439.2, which is decent. Spacing, I mean, it's only 25% wheel spin, all of it in first gear, second gear, and maybe third gear, all the way up to 200 kilometers an hour, which is great. Power distribution is, well, we'll make that even, just to hopefully help with that wheel spin a touch, although apparently it made it worse. I feel like this is just gonna have to stay as is. I want to keep the gearing the same just to keep things fair, so that's what I'm gonna stick with, and everything else here is the same as well. So obviously tires are cross-ply, which ruins the entire car. Maybe I'll make a version that has good tires because this one's just gonna be crap, but that's okay. 17-inch rims is what I've ended up landing on, and we have basically the biggest wheels we can get with the most offset we can get within reason. Keep in mind, of course, that this car is plus 15 quality everywhere, so yeah, shouldn't be much of a problem. The braking, what the heck is this? That is a bit of a disaster. It's going to stop, which is good, but there is something wrong with this, and we will probably find out what it is soon. Maybe it just doesn't have enough traction to brake, because that is just disgusting. Obviously, we want the biggest discs we can get, and obviously, again, this car is going to struggle with any sort of grip, so we have to make sure that the brakes are going to be strong enough. As is, they are very, very strong, so hopefully that'll work. We do have a decent amount of downforce. If I just took away these wing angles, I mean, we still have a lot of downforce. And it's not going to bottom out anymore, so I guess I fixed that somehow. Alright. The strong oversteer and stuff we're not going to be able to fix, but everything else here can stay the same. It doesn't have power steering, which is very awkward, and I'm going to actually give it an ESC to reduce wheel spin. But the oversteer, there's no fix in that. Just to give it a little bit of an advantage, I'm going to lower the weight of the stuff here. I mean, lower quality does that apparently, so that'll be fine. And then everything here, again, I'm going to leave the same because the suspension tuning on this car was decent back in the day. So let's take this thing to BeamNG and see how bad it really is versus the other Magnum Opus. Alright, so I figured that today, oh my goodness, I forgot how to shift in this game. What is down again? Okay, X is down, A is up. That's how it works. But yeah, so we're here in BeamNG. I figured that today I would jump into BeamNG and play on a different map than I usually do to test out this car. Because almost always I test things out in the grid map. But this time, let's go to the automation test track and give it a run. Alright, this is the Magnum Opus Classic Edition. You can see the wrinkle paint has not come out great. I probably should have just left that as actual paint instead of trying to give it a texture. You'll notice as well that the exhaust is smoky, which is nice. Oh man, that wrinkle paint really ruins it. But other than that, the car looks great, and I'm very happy with the way that it turned out. The fuel consumption is a little bit off the charts there. Don't worry about it, that's just part of the deal. Let's go for a drive. Oh yeah, I forgot this thing's a dual clutch. Oh no. Well, at least I don't have to worry about shifting. Oh my goodness, it is a disaster on the road. And there goes all the bodywork into the water too. You know, considering it has 205 tires, I mean the ESC is doing a lot of work to keep us alive, but it actually doesn't wheel spin that bad. I feel like I'm gonna eat those words in like 3 seconds once I turn it off. There's sport mode, there's ESC off, let's see. Oh, not even that bad actually. I'm gonna say that it probably won't turn very well because the grip in the front isn't great. Oh yeah, okay, it's wheel spin in every gear, every single second of the day. There is nothing I can do to stop it except just not drive at all. You know, it's kind of fun though, it is fun. Okay, so we're in ESC Sport. I'm gonna attempt to do a lap of the automation test track. If I can make it there. ESC Sport allows for a little bit of wheel slippage, but not too much. The car is incredibly twitchy, which is not helping my cause at all. Come on, oh no. Oh, that's a little bit rough. Let's get into this place properly and see if I can do something. So my routine issue is losing all the bodywork, and then my second routine issue is that the brakes are so strong that when the ESC locks them up, it pulls the car in various directions, which is always a good sign. Okay, so here's what the chassis looks like without any of that added bodywork, and you know, it's pretty darn clean as is. It wouldn't be bad just as this setting is, but I mean, I've added all that bodywork for a reason. I like the style. Ultimately, I just like how the Magnum Opus looks overall. It's my car for a reason, right? It's the Magnum Opus. Driving it like this quickly is a challenge, but as long as I'm taking it easy, it's not too bad. I mean, the actual car is a bit of a handful as well, because it's got a lot of power and not a lot of weight. The actual ratio is 1-to-1, so yeah. Oh no. Into this corner, obviously we can't hold it on the wall, just not enough grip. But I can pretend, I guess, and we'll dodge the short circuit, get into the long. Oh man, I'm gonna try another lap after this without any ESC and see if I can hold on to it. Now you want to know something interesting? Obviously this car is all-wheel drive, so we have a significant saving grace. If it was not all-wheel drive and it was instead rear-wheel drive, this would be a wheel spin beast to the max. There would be no saving it. Like right now it feels like I'm driving on ice. If it was rear-wheel drive, I don't think I'd be able to even contend with the amount of power we have. It would just do donuts. I would have to drive extremely slowly. It would be like a first-gen Viper, but just add power and then put on the wheels of a Camry. Like that's pretty much what happens here. Okay, still in sport mode, except with no ESC. I feel like it'll be less twitchy, but more capable of sliding, which is exactly what I'm experiencing. Okay, that did not last long. I'm just gonna keep it going as is. I mean, we don't need bodywork to drift, do we? I guess that's kind of the point of bodywork, is to take the hit so we don't have to, but it's not enough. So yeah, overall conditions are as expected. The car is worse than it was, and I am not particularly surprised by that. So what can we do with it then, even though it's an absolute disaster on the road? Look at it. That's pretty much it. I'm okay with that. So this is what the other most recent version of the Magnum Opus looks like. Obviously it's all carbon fiber, and therefore in BeamNG it looks like it's made out of Lego. But what I wanted to do just for fun is to show you what this thing looks like in comparison to that thing around the track. Obviously this one is tuned a little bit better. It has way more power, although I don't remember exactly how much. And yeah, it's got bodywork to end all bodywork. Let's go for a spin. Oh my goodness, it's actually a manual. What have I created? I'm not used to driving something that actually can drive. Okay. Never mind. All-wheel drive again, we get that understeer. It's kind of funny that the last version of this said that it would have terrible oversteer problems, but it kind of has terrible understeer problems. Don't mind me as I skip that corner. I just did not slow down at all for that. This car very clearly has understeer problems, but again, all-wheel drive, so that is to be very expected. Now something, oh man, we should have taken that old corner there. That is an excellent corner. But something that should be expected is to be able to understeer. Okay, this is the lesser of the good corners of the banking. I feel like we should go around this track one more time and hit that bank curve just for funsies. But yeah, overall, Magnum Opus Carbon Edition, okay, better at hitting walls than the other car. That's all I'm going to say there. So now comes the time where I ask you your opinion on this. Let me know what you think of this cross-ply demon in the comments. Should I fix it and put better wheels on it? Should I turn it into a drift car? It's obviously not made for the track, or anywhere actually for that matter. It's having a hard time just being alive, which is not a great sign. I gotta admit though, as scary as it is, it's also a lot of fun, and it's actually not that half bad a drift car. I think if I made it rear-wheel drive, it might have been even easier to get around some of these corners this way. I'm not a great drifter though, so somebody with better control can do better than I can, obviously. Well yeah, let me know what you think in the comments. If you like this webcam thing, let me know. Obviously this is just an experiment, just to see what it's like. Yeah. I don't need any comments like, hey, this guy is not the way that I expected him to look or something like that. It's like, alright, I got it. But overall, let me know what you thought of it. And yeah, don't be afraid to check out the Bugo stickers on my website. The payments are handled through Stripe, so you kind of have to use credit or PayPal or something like that. But if that doesn't work for you, just let me know, and maybe we can work something out. But yeah, I'll see you guys again in the next video. And now for something extra special. Hey everyone, welcome back to the AutomotiveFlux channel, and also welcome back to automation. This week is an exciting week, and this video is probably very long, so I would suggest Going down into the description, I'm going to have some timestamps there where you can skip through if you want to, but obviously I want you to watch the whole thing. It is well beyond time for me to make another Magnum Opus. If you don't remember what that car looks like, here are some screenshots of several of its versions, but basically I've gone through version 1 through 3 so far, basically just mildly updating it every time, and then I've also done a Safari version and a couple different offshoots as well of this same car, using the same base, sometimes with different engines and all this kind of stuff, but it's basically always been the same. Today that's all going to change because it's time for the Magnum Opus 4, hopefully the most Magnum Opus of the Magnum Opuses, and I invite you to stick it out with me for the ride. So what I did to start off with this is I've imported the original Magnum Opus file. This is from 2 years ago, which in the land of automation is a significant amount of updates, and the car has changed quite drastically because of those updates. It doesn't look anywhere near, well, fixtures wise it's good, but the red is very strange. The purple color that I had has not translated. Another thing that's entirely missing is the engine, because engines and the way that they're built have been completely redone. This is Automation Alpha 4.2 point whatever it is at this current moment. So the newest version means different engines, and we're going to have to make something new. But that's okay though, because I want to change the Magnum Opus for the better, and I'm hoping that you'll be interested in this. It's time to make it into a convertible. This might change a lot. Okay, so the fixtures are slowly coming back, but yeah, we have some stuff that needs to change there. This is going to be a lot different. Generally speaking, I tend to like coupes more than convertibles, but I want to try something new. That's the whole point of these iterations, is to try and do something unique every time, and so this time is the very first Magnum Opus convertible. So some stuff needs to change in terms of the chassis, and I think I'm going to go ahead and do that stuff quickly. You can see this car is all plus 15. It is an attempt at being the best that it can be. We're going to continue with carbon fiber monocoque with carbon fiber chassis, but it's going to be a mid-longitudinal setup, so the engine will be here. A transverse is just, yeah, that's not going to work. Push rods on the front and push rods on the back, the fanciest of the fancy, and then it's on to the engine. So today I want to try something a little bit different with the engine. I want to pursue an idea that I've had for a while of trying to max out an inline 6. It seems a little bit weird to have an inline 6 hypercar, but I just figure that it's kind of an interesting thought, and why don't we try and make the most crazy inline 6 we possibly can, because why not? So in terms of size, I think we can... Ooh, okay, we can't get away with too big of an engine. 8 liters is not going to work. While there is no replacement for displacement, I want this to be a high revving engine, so I'm going to turn this down, maybe not that far down. So with a setup like this 2.33 liter could potentially be a 12,000 RPM beast, but that's really not quite what I'm after. Instead, we're going to stick to, say, 5 liters. It'll be a 5 liter inline 6, which is already pretty nuts. Yeah, there we go, exactly 5 liters. And it still fits in the engine bay. That's always a good start. I'm just going to put on the best of the best stuff here, lightweight titanium, probably forged, and then we'll need a harmonic dampener for sure. Highest possible quality. I'm eager to get some decent power out of this. That's probably going to be a challenge, honestly, but we can tune for the tune for power quickly first as well. With that in mind, I'm going to skip turbos. Although obviously this needs to be turbocharged. The highest raw fuel that is currently available in this game is compressed gas, LNG compressed gas. I don't know what that is, but that is apparently 150 RON, which is high as heck. I believe we used to be able to go up to 200 before, but yeah, things have changed. Now, this should still be enough to get us something ridiculous though. Race headers, because yes please. It's going to be a single exhaust, which is weird for this car, but I have something in mind for that. Absolutely no mufflers, because screw that, and all the way up with the quality. Okay, without trying too hard, I haven't even adjusted the exhaust yet. We're making nearly 800 horsepower. That is a great start. I'm hoping that with a turbo, things are going to go up even more. We're definitely going to need maybe closer to 2,000 out of this thing. 2,000 horsepower inline 6. AI tune for power. I want to see what it'll do. And I have to tweak something. 960 horsepower at 9,200 RPM. Pretty darn good for a start. So my dream of 12,000 RPM is not actually going to happen with this because of the way that the crank works. I could probably increase the balancing mass and get a little bit better, as you can see, but maximum for the pistons, at least the forged pistons, is 9,900. We could lower our torque threshold and go up for 10,000, but I don't know, we'll see. And changing the game, we're going turbo. Oh my goodness, that ruined it. Let's do smart boost, and yeah, no, one turbo ain't gonna do it. We're going two. Twin turbos, baby. That is 1,400 horsepower, and there is still a lot left to do here. Oh my goodness. Race preset, this might break the game. No, actually, it has broken a lot of other things, but not the game. Currently down on power considerably. Pistons and stuff are still good. RPM limit is super low, so we're gonna have to work on that. Increasing the manifold size gets us up to 1360, and increasing the header size is definitely going to do a little bit there as well. Same thing with the exhaust. Time to tune the turbo. Now, yeah, I still haven't watched the turbo video. I really should. It's been a thing on my back burner for literally months at this point, so we're going to be winging this. So we have a couple of options. One of the interesting things about this is having no intercooler tends to increase power, but it's going to cause problems when it comes to heat. So I'm actually going to keep the intercooler up, probably here-ish, and then we'll see where we can get to. Compressor is very restrictive, intercooler's good, turbine is a little bit restrictive, and everything else here is fine. So that's still fine too. Let's go for that turbo grid thing, and let's see what happens here as I increase the compressor. So I can make the turbos absolutely gigantic, basically full size, but unfortunately it limits our RPM to 6,500, which is not ideal. And you can see we do make 1,700 horsepower. I think that's probably close to the top of what we're going to be able to get out of this, so maybe my 2,000 goal was a little bit unrealistic. That being said, I'm hoping to have a little bit better RPM stuff going on here. Yeah, this is not looking great at its current moment. So I know the AI tune says that it won't do turbo engines, but it actually will. It just doesn't do them very well. So we're currently up to 1752, and that is at 9,300 RPM. The compressor still very restrictive, but that's just what it's put on there to try and, I guess, make this work. I think I can do better than that though. The problem is that in order to get this high RPM, we have to have a restrictive compressor. The ideal scenario in this engine would probably be two different size turbos, but inline instead of both coming off the separate exhaust chambers. Obviously we can't do that in this game, but maybe one day we will be able to. Wow, that is a bumpy curve. Let me see if I can't just do something to try and make that a little bit better. Increasing the spring stiffness has given us a little bit more top end. So I figured out that I can sacrifice the top end for more power sort of here-ish, but what I'm going to do is lower down the RPM limit. 9,300 RPM as a top end limit is actually still really good. We can get a little bit more power as well by adjusting the cam profile. What I'm going to do now is basically just run through everything all by individual pieces to see if I can't just get a little bit more. We're still working with the restrictive compressor, so I guess I should probably test that first. So this is an interesting trade-off I just noticed. When the torque comes in is basically determined by the compressor size. So if I put the compressor up to the highest, 120, we make a decent 1,900 horsepower, which is darn close to my goal, but our peak torque is way low. Only somewhere around here, around 5,000 RPM, so it's a weird combination. Dropping it back to say 89, we lose 10 horsepower, but our torque band is much more, I guess, significant. We have torque down low now, which is a good thing. So it's almost worth it to trade off that 10 horsepower for better lower end. It can get a little bit extreme, like I have more down here around 2500 RPM, but I'm down 100 horsepower, so yeah, you gotta find that balance. I think somewhere like here-ish is probably the best I can do. And the big one is increasing the boost. Yeah, that 2000 horsepower thing I was afraid of not being able to reach. Yeah, it's just boost away. So at the top end we make 2300 horsepower, which is pretty ridiculous. But that's at 8600 RPM, not quite as high as I'd like. So again, I'm gonna do a little bit of a sacrifice, and I'm gonna maybe stay here-ish. You can see that's a 400 RPM jump up to 9200 RPM, but still 2234 horses. Crazy. Messing with the ignition timing, and we're making some absolute baller power. 2280.9 up with the exhaust manifold as well. You can see that that is increasing it basically by 7 every single click. Like, it's pretty significant. Interestingly though, it is lowering the RPM limit. Seems like the car's running a little rich. Drop the fuel map down and boom, 2300 horsepower. I'm liking this more and more. It's not perfect, and none of the engines I make ever will be, let's be real. Even if I watch every tutorial, even if I'm like some crazy expert on this, it's not going to be perfect or realistic or anything such. But this is going to be an absolute ripper of an engine in BeamNG, and I hope you stick around to see it. Okay, I found a way to glitch the game into giving me 3666 horsepower. Apparently the compressor is 11,000 something percent too small. I honestly want to try and run something like this and just see if it actually even starts, because there's definitely something off with the calculations to make it have this sort of error. But it's very fun to see that this is actually somewhat possible. I'm kind of scared though. As you can see, I'm up to 2,665 horsepower at 9,100 RPM. Crazy. Alright, I'm loving these numbers, and I think that that's where I'm going to stop. 2,700 horsepower out of a twin-turbo inline-6. No issues at all in terms of stress. Flow is decent, intercooler is probably a little bit big. Everything else is pretty much fine. Turbine and compressor are restrictive on purpose so that we have better low end, but yeah, pretty darn good. You can see I do lose power if I lower the intercooler size, so that's why she's all the way up here. A little bit big, but it's not that big a deal. It's probably better to have bigger than smaller in this case. As this is the Opus, it's time to decorate this. Yeah, it needs something. Oh, the classic. I almost always go classic, but there's also VTEC, or the Ford modular one, which is a very interesting look. You know what, let's go with that. As of right now, I haven't decided what color I'm going to make the car, so the engine is just going to be painted a nice red, and then I guess everything else we can kind of fake in as it goes. Alright, red, black, and chrome it is, boys. Twin turbo, way too much power onto the design. Okay, so now that the engine's done, it's time that I get into the body design, and yeah, I've given myself an extra day to think about this. I'm just noticing that some of the fixtures are a little bit off, actually. Let me fix that. I am still committed to the soft top idea. We're gonna see how that goes. Basically what we can do is go to the paint section, and we should be able to change just the roof color here to a transparent one, and then boom, it's a soft top now. Or I guess the interior is completely gone, so it's a hole. You can see this car has a thing that goes over top of the roof, but because the roof line is changed, it's kind of screwed up significantly, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that yet. And colors as well, that is extremely important. I do need to make it a little bit different, but well, this is a start, so yeah, there's that lovely inline 6 hiding in there. The first thing I'm going to do is actually run through this stuff here, because I don't know, I just want to get it so we can adjust the ground clearance and the wheel size and all that sort of stuff, because I feel like it's way too tall. It's got to come down quite a bit. As this car gets the best of the best, I'm going to also give it a little bit of rear power distribution balance there. Radials, semi-slicks, and yeah, big. So we could do 395s on the back and 375s on the front. I think I'm going to adjust those for handling. At this point we don't have any grafts, so I can't do anything with that yet, but we will get back to it. Carbon fiber rims, because of course. Absolutely massive brakes of the highest quality. Full race diffuser on the bottom with active wing and active cooling flaps, and obviously that a little bit up. Let's put a touch of brake airflow on it as well. I'm going to do a detachable soft top, although an automatic soft top would be kind of cool. And yeah, let's do handmade, luxury. Oh, this thing is going to be heavy. So unfortunately, the game wants me to put 19s on it because 20s will make the rear tires blow out. The only other way to fix that would be to increase the wheel, like, actual size to the max. Which is okay. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to make the fronts smaller. I'm also, yeah, the fronts are going to be significantly smaller just because we don't need them to be as chonky. Okay, back to styling. Now this is the part where I'm probably the most afraid to make changes because the Magnum Opus front end is very classic at this point for me. The rims and stuff, the back end is one of my favorite creations of mine of all time, but you know that things have to change when you're doing a 4.0 version, and there's just some stuff on here that doesn't quite work. Like, what's going on here? It's something being cut out and it's not working quite well. So because these rims are so large and very pronounced, I can't just go with anything. I have to be very specific about this, and I was thinking about doing rotiform wheels, something like this perhaps, just because they have good depth to them. Maybe not quite as much depth at the front, but I like that depth at the back. There are quite a few options for this sort of style, but man, these are some pretty good mods. I think I'm going to go with these, at least as we're testing. Something that needs to change is the exhaust is just not going to work for what we're trying to do here because, well, it's not dual anymore, it's single exhaust out of an inline engine. It's time that the back end got a little bit more aggressive, so I'm going to take that completely off. Okay, because I'm trying to make things even weirder on this build, I'm going to change up the way that the body sort of flows. I want this to be different, I guess is the right way to put it. It needs to change at least a little bit. Change for the sake of change isn't always a good thing, but change for the sake of a 4.0 version, that I can get behind. One of the coolest parts of this body is that you can just drag the entire fender set out and essentially make a ridiculously wide vehicle straight from stock. Like, this thing can get really, really thick. Yeah, that's a little too thick for my liking. So I'm gonna reach all the way back in with that, and we'll just go for both of them all the way out there. So it's quite a bit wider than it was before, and the entire front end is screwed up, which is fine. I'm gonna actually shrink that piece in as well. Oh, this is gonna be a weirdly proportioned car now, isn't it? Okay, so we've gained just a small amount of width, and yeah, it's time that I really, really seriously went over everything. Yeah, this is gonna take a while, so buckle in. I'm gonna skip through this just a little bit to make sure that you're not getting too bored, but gone is the wing, gone is pretty much everything that doesn't fit. Oh yes, some good things are happening here. I've gone ahead with white wheels and green brake calipers because I think it's cool. And I still need to color the exhaust. That's actually something important on my mind here. But there's a bunch of stuff that I want to do. I think that this sort of build gives me the opportunity to just really go wild, and yeah, why not? How's that for a reimagining with a little bit of a twist on it? Basically the same style, except I've added some lights, I've got different grills, it has a significant new diffuser, which is huge, which is a good thing, and also kind of fun. I think, well, I'm not quite done with it yet. We need a huge wing. Another thing that's sort of been messed up by the passage of time here, and also everything is broken at the moment, is this whole like back setup. I think I'm going to delete most of this, but I have an idea, and it involves having this on the roof, because I kind of want it to be a separator between the two sides, I guess, just like a little unique touch to give it just a little bit something extra to make it, I don't know, a little bit less convertible-y. Is that even a word? Apparently it is now, so Get used to it, I'm making stuff up as I go. Okay, that's not exactly unusual for me. But yeah, we have absolutely wicked engine, crazy back end, which I'm a big fan of. And now it's time to do the rest of the back. I've also done a couple of other minor changes. The gas cap is now a race spec one, and the front end is fixed, at least for now. The wiper, I'm going to keep that, and then this I'm also going to keep just the basic mirrors. We're going to cover up this back end properly here, and I might hide the intercooler while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, that looks way better without that sticking into the chassis, so just a little bit less modeling going on, I guess. The difficult part about this body is doing something with the sides because they're so strange, and this has always been a challenge for me because side skirts don't really work. I mean, I could try and two-tone it, but it doesn't really work. Graphics, I guess I could do, like writing of some kind, but I don't really want to go full race car just yet. We can save that for a later edition, but for now, it's just kind of like empty and bare, and that's probably how it's going to stay, but I'm hoping to change it. So the back end is a unique situation where we have a twin turbo, although, yeah, okay, the turbos are there, the intakes are missing, but not a big deal. A twin turbo inline 6 that I kind of want to show off, so why don't we put something there to make that happen? Okay, that actually looks really, really cool, just kind of hiding out in there. But you can look in the top and see the big brute hiding out. One of the issues with this car is that cooling is essentially non-existent due to the fact that, well, the front grille, I guess you could have a radiator up here, but at the moment there's nothing in there at all. It's completely empty. And the back end, yeah, nothing yet either. So we're gonna need to do some big grills here and also some big wings because I like wings. I'm always tempted to steal from actual cars, stuff like Skylines and Mitsubishi, like wings and stuff, they're always cool. Obviously Subaru wings, you gotta have them. As you can likely tell from a lot of my previous builds, I'm a huge fan of these, although on this car, maybe not, because of the massive slope of it. The wing's got a bit of a rake to it. Oh, that looks pretty crazy though. It's making things difficult for me. I'm always a fan of putting a big table on the back of one of these cars, and that is a strange one. This is actually off of an R33, I believe. Cool car, massively incorrect wing though. Okay, some stuff has been happening. Quite a bit of stuff actually has been going on here. I have managed to get some vents on that I kind of like, although I don't think I properly modified their textures and such. But basically, I'm just trying to get this, oh, whoop, don't look at that yet. Just trying to get this front end and this back end sorted, mostly the back end, but these wings here are basically what I'm focused on at the moment. I think they've come out pretty decent. I like this sort of all carbon fiber look for this one, so that's what I've gone with there, and then a lower body colored wing here. So the thing looks pretty darn aggressive, just as is. Yeah, I'm considering putting an F1 wing on the car. I know that seems like maybe it's a little bit overkill, but I kind of like overkill. I want to make this thing ridiculous, so why not give it a shot? Now, one thing that the car creator isn't quite getting to my liking is the actual height of the car. If we drop the lift down, which we can do here, you can see that the car is still a little bit high, probably higher than I'd like, so I'm going to lower the front and the rear suspension. We're going to get rid of this big gap. I know it's probably a little bit less realistic, but I do think it's cool, so that's what I'm going to do. You can just lower the front ride height by 3 points, I guess, and then lower the back by 2. Yeah, more aggressive, much nicer looking. It's just cool. That is absolutely crazy of a front end. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it, but I kind of like the weirdness that I've designed. The front lights, by the way, yeah, they got to be a little bit wider than they once were. I'm working on that now, but holy smokes. Basically what I've done is F1 front wing, and then I put a big carbon fiber thing, which is actually just a vent, in here as a way to block it off so you don't just see directly into the chassis. It doesn't make any sense at all aerodynamically, but does it need to? That's maybe a little bit too much, actually, now that I look at it more. I like the idea, though, of having this sort of front end stick out as it does. Something that might be kind of ridiculous would be cutting holes here and here for the air to just kind of like funnel up through it. So I might try that now, and then angle this, and okay, I've got some ideas. Let's work with it. Okay, so I have my absolutely ridiculous hood vents on there because I like hood vents, and now they do reach to the bottom. This wing thing is aggressive. I'm gonna see if I can find something a little bit different that does something similar first, but that might end up being the final front end, a real evolution version of the car here. Pretty bananas, which is sort of exactly what I'm going for. Just trying to make something so absolutely ridiculous that, yeah, there's basically no way it could exist in real life. However, I don't know, man, this is just cool. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stick to my guns here as much as I am doubting myself, always. I'm always doubting myself in some way, it's just part of the deal. But this is gonna confuse some people here. Let's put a little bit of a badge on it. Yeah, boys, that is canon now. Who makes the Magnum Opus? Now you know. Okay, so our front end is ridiculous. Our back end is pretty safe, honestly, all things considered. And the sides are not yet finished. The interior is very important. I think it's time that I put that together, although I think that is going to be fairly easy because I intend to use the same interior that I did before. That being the fancy carbon fiber stuff that you can get in automation here. That would be all of this. I think I can make something cool out of it. Yeah, this seems decently modern enough for this build, so that's what I'm going to go with. Easy way to make these interiors. I've shown this a few times, but you just want to rotate these things using the advanced settings and slap them in. Okay, we need an engine cover, we need some seats. I believe there are some really nice race seats somewhere hidden in here. I'm just going to have to find them. And then that back cover as well. Oh yes, here we go. Yeah, I actually really like the look of these seats just kind of as is. So as much as this is a premium special carbon fiber everything vehicle, it is also a sports car, and it does have 2,700 horsepower, so don't forget. I think, oh man, I'm pretty close to finishing this. It's going a little bit slower than I thought. These chairs are just a little bit too high as well. You can see them over the top of the car there, which is kind of funny. But man, this is a weird build. It's cool, but it's definitely strange. Making another Magnum Opus has turned out to be a lot more difficult than I thought it was. The color is still not final. I haven't completely decided that yet, but man, there's still so much empty space on this thing. There's so much room for activities. The problem is that oftentimes adding more makes things worse. If I just start spamming fixtures and stuff, I might entirely break this. So let's pick a color first and see where we end up. I've added a couple little extra touches like Opus on the back, and I want to shrink the size of this because it's shockingly large for some reason. Wow, that actually looks striking in blue. A nice dark blue as well. I think I can do a little bit better in terms of the overall shine, but man, blue and white, lovely color combo, just like that. Ooh, yeah, that plus the carbon fiber plus the white wheels means I'm gonna have to change this to something a little bit softer perhaps. Let's just go for like a different bluish greenish color instead of just pure green. The red looks great on it. That is a flawless color. Oh yeah, I added a little extra detail. The gauges are blue as well, and the shifter is too. Okay, the car has a body kit everywhere except for the side skirts, so I'm going to make some changes in order to incorporate one because I cannot live without more. More stuff on the car, just a little bit more, not too much. Okay, I added just a couple extra touches and I'm going to sign off on this part of the build for now. It has been a wild over an hour just kind of styling this up. I knew I had to start from somewhere, otherwise this was going to go nowhere, so that's why we're here. Basically though, now the body is fairly set. It looks like the dashboard is clipping into the rest of it just a little bit. Let me fix that. Yeah, I'm sure I'll find some other small little issues here and there, but it's kind of set in stone at the moment. I've actually just noticed another issue, so completely never mind that. Okay, now I'm going to take my hands off the mouse, stop designing, and start finishing this car because I want to try it out in BeamNG. I know you want to hear it in BeamNG. Trust me, I do too. It's very exciting to be able to run this stuff in that game. I do want to quickly change the window transparency first. I put all that work into the interior, I want to see something. Oh, that engine is looking mint in there. Yes, this is very, very exciting. Plus you can see the turbos through this vent thing. Oh yes. Okay, on to the rest of the drivetrain. I'm not going to change too much here other than what I did before. All-wheel drive dual clutch. Top speed probably went... Oh, it went up. Okay, that's concerning. I'm probably going to have to make some changes. 570 kilometers an hour. Yes, please. That is darn fast. Wow, that is actually shockingly fast. The rear tires have blown out. The downforce at top speed is too high. Problems everywhere. So we're going to change the wheels to make it so that they actually work for this car, because apparently the downforce is a little bit ridiculous, which is cool. We have a lot of rear downforce and not very much front, so I'm going to turn down the rear wing angle quite significantly to try and get those to line up a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. I would rather sacrifice the rear to get a little bit more front and possibly fix some of the issues. As you can see, that solved the bottoming out problem, so that's at least a good thing. Okay, we're going to do 18s on the back, 19s on the front, which is how you know that this thing is truly aggressive. It actually doesn't look too bad. I don't mind that. Obviously, I can just have this and then change it in the advanced settings if I want to. One of the things I wanted to do while I was in the advanced settings that I forgot about is the front wheel, what was it, concavity words. I wanted to make that a little bit lesser, something like this. And on the back, I wanted to make it deeper, just because I think that's cool. So -1, maybe not 1, maybe half. Yeah, something like that. So the back wheels are deeper in, front wheels stick out more. It looks like a GT car. It's really cool. So sticking with that. So the car is not really the best at the moment. We're gonna go for that race preset, and again lowering this down should fix some of the problems, but we're suffering with wheel issues. Looks like the brakes... Okay, the brake graph actually appeared, so that's a good sign. I'm going to increase the pad type up into race, try and get the brakes a little bit better, but you can see when we're way up at our top speed, it's not going to slow it down very easily. I think this is probably reasonable. The car actually only weighs 1,590 kilos at the moment, but still we need huge brakes to stop it when at speed. Okay, let's fix that oversteer, probably due to the fronts being too large. Almost definitely, actually, due to the fronts being too large. I want to keep those 395s in the back, if possible. Obviously, they can be shrunk in if they need to be. This is going to be fixed as well, because we need some of that cool offset stuff. If I lower these significantly, I mean, it increases sportiness, but it looks bad. This car is all-wheel drive. Okay, maybe it is significantly geared towards the rear instead of the front. Alright, crazy offset, much smaller front wheels, because I guess that's just the way that this has to be. Not a huge issue, but it is a little bit awkward, I guess. I'm going to shrink this down just so those are in a little bit, and the backs I'm going to do in just 1 point there. So I think that sort of offset is decent. I like having a little extra lip. I know some people are like, man, fix your fitment, I believe it's called. This is good enough, boys. It actually works. Okay, we're out of major errors, but quality settings, that's not going to change. Oversteer, not the worst thing ever. It is all-wheel drive. If dampers are hard, to be expected, and the brakes are actually too strong now. Honestly, I'm going to over-brake it, and the car has ABS, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's not the end of the world. Over here, wing angles, we already adjusted that. I think that everything here is going to be decent. The car basically has everything it needs, and the cooling capacity actually needs to go up 1 tick. You can see there the required cooling is 1921. We're at 1897, so we'll go up 1 little extra just to make sure that it's fully cooled. Everything in here is done. This is a very, very expensive car, which is cool, with all the fanciest lightness that I can add to it. I'm trying to make it as light as humanly possible within reason. Then the weight distribution and all that is fine. I think we might be ready, finally, to take this car into beamng.drive. 2700 horsepower Magnum Opus with the fourth version of it. Hopefully the best. We're going to race it against some of the other versions and see which one is better. But for now, I'm going to tune it into BeamNG and see what happens. Is it even going to work? It better. If it doesn't, then I'll be letting you know. Alright, here is what the Magnum Opus 4 looks like in BeamNG. Absolutely crazy is the answer. This thing rips extremely hard. I have tried it, and yeah, I'm very, very happy about it. That car over there is the Magnum Opus 1. We'll be talking about that car in a bit. I'm just warming them both up. You can see the exhaust smoke. But there are some weird things that have happened because of automation and BeamNG exporting always being a little bit weird. Most of the time it's good, sometimes it's not. But yeah, let's listen to the car first. Apart from my terrible driving, you can probably tell that this thing rips. A little bit too hard, actually. It has zero grip, even with the Sport ESC in sport mode. It's difficult to keep control of this car. Oh, and yeah, I mean, it crashes pretty good too. So the lights have come in a little bit weird in the back, which is not that big a deal. The carbon is funky because it always is. I'm not super concerned about that. The engine cover is gone because I guess BeamNG can't do anything with that. It was a mod engine cover, so it's not the end of the world. The glass has come in decently, except it only shows on one side, so you can only see the glass from the outside, which is weird. Everything else looks like it's come in pretty decently though, and the interior and everything is all good. I think overall it's a decent export, and I'm pretty darn pleased with the way that this thing's gone. Honestly, last night, because I was designing this yesterday, I was thinking about this design and I'm like, you know what? This isn't really my best, is it? But looking at it now, I really, really like what I've got here, and I'm very, very pleased with the front end in particular. I think it's kind of crazy how that's developed, and yeah, I'm just very pleased with this car overall. Hopefully you are too. It has been a long time in the making here. Literally, this is day 3. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I only have evenings to work on this stuff, so that's why it takes so long sometimes. Actually not bad at the wet area here. This is a pretty good drift car, all things considered. So this is the Magnum Opus 1. This is the car that this car is 3 iterations away from. This car is weird to me because I made it back in 2020, I believe, but you can see it's got a transverse V12, I believe. I don't know how much power it has. I think it's rear wheel drive, so it's probably not going to be comparable to the other one. It is absolutely wild, which is to be expected. I believe this is from back in the day in automation where ESC was really, really bad. Like, it was just badly tuned, so you couldn't do much with a car that had ESC, and that's why this one has nothing. No traction control, no ABS, no nannies at all, and also willingness to murder you at every single corner, at every single second. I can see why this needed 3 more iterations, my goodness. So I think the reality is that no matter what, the new one is going to be quicker because it's all-wheel drive. Probably the best way to put it. I mean, in a drag race, things might be a little bit different, and maybe we'll have to put that to the test. This is every Magnum Opus I've made. We have 1, 2, 3, and then I believe 3.5 Sahara. We have Carbon Edition, Classic, and now 4. It has been a wild journey through all of these. I think my favorite of the OG versions has to be the Carbon one, so let me show you that. Yeah, this thing looks pretty terrible in BeamNG because carbon fiber, especially back in those days, was maybe a little bit too notchy, but it does drive quite well. It's probably the best driving one of the OG series. The whole point of the Magnum Opus is just to make really wild stuff. As you can see, this one has big fender flares, it has a ridiculous wing. If you can peer through that ridiculous carbon filter going on, then you can see how wild it truly is. But I think we've come a long way, and I think that this long way has been worth it, so why don't we put the new Magnum Opus through its paces, see what it's like on the track perhaps if I try to drive it a little bit more seriously, and maybe even get it through a couple laps, and then we'll do a drag race, this one versus whatever we happen to find to be the fastest Magnum Opus. I believe this is going to be it. It's time for your daily dose of 2700 horsepower inline 6. Flying into a tree. Okay, starting from around here, I'm gonna lap the track the best that I can, not timed, because I think it's probably gonna end up with me going off the track a few too many times. Oh my goodness, yeah, this car is absolutely bananas. I think, oh goodness, ESC is having issues with me, and wheel spin. Oh, it hesitates so much when you get on the power there. But if you have the ESC in sport mode or off, then the wheels spin and it's way, way easier to fly away. This car is designed to be fast, but it's also a little bit out of my skill set. Which is why, in a rarity, I'm actually going to be posting this one on my Discord, just because I hope that people are interested to try it, so feel free to go check it out there in probably new video discussion. Very likely to be posted there when it's done, if I remember to do so. Ping me if I don't. 250, we're probably going to need that much time to slow down here. The brakes on this are massive. I did not shrink them in the name of, well, whatever it was complaining about when it came to brakes. Oh man, you can fly off the handle with this so easily. Oh, the chicane. Come on. Oh, you really have to slow down. There we go. Yeah, I really can't drive these high horsepower, difficult vehicles. It takes the tuning wizards of the automation, or of my Discord, but of the automation community to be able to make cars with high horsepower that I can actually steer. I don't know their wizardry yet. One thing that would probably help the handling is actually narrowing the front track width, because at the moment this car is shockingly wide, far, far too wide to handle properly. But, I mean, it's not terrible. I made it around the track at least once. Time for some inline 6 ASMR as I crash into this. Happy now, that one guy who commented that I always talk over crashes? Alright, it's my first drag race with this car, and I'm going up against the Magnum Opus 1, which is highly uncontrollable, so I'm giving it to the AI and waiting for them to attempt to control it. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do anything with this, but I'm going to try my best. Up into sport mode and probably sport ESC. Actually, let's do no ESC and see what happens. That car is wiggling on the line. I have to stage myself here. Oh, come on. Just a touch of the gas. There it is. Oh, I'm late. Oh my goodness, the wheelies. I'm across the line, but I'm curious to see the time. Oh, I can't keep control of this car. 8.2. It is faster. Okay, we'll do that again, except without the wheeling start, because yeah, that's kind of ridiculous, but also hilarious. I really like that. Oh, I jumped the start. I'm an idiot. Okay, so we found out before that the car is faster than the Magnum Opus 1. What about the Magnum Opus 2? Oh, it's the same color. I'm not sure exactly what changed here. I'm pretty sure it was engine from 1 to 2, because I wasn't happy with the way that it was working in V1. So I'm curious to see if V2 is actually any quicker. I believe that they did get quicker over time, with this one hopefully being the pinnacle of speed for the Magnum Opus line. Oh, they're having trouble staging it. Okay, here we go. Up we go. That car is a lot more planted. Oh my goodness. Nah, we got him. Easy. 7.8 when I keep the nose down. That other car, though, significantly faster than the Magnum Opus 1. So 8.1, 7.8, at least I can do that. Okay, different foe, time for V3. Oh, V3's sounding pretty hardcore. I didn't make too many visual changes from the looks of things. It really just seems to be the same car over and over again. But that's, well, how things go. As you will soon find out, that definitely changed. V3 is probably gonna beat me. Unless I pull off some ridiculous nonsense. Oh my goodness! Look at the background. That was probably one of the worst finishes, and also best finishes, of my entire life. Genius. Alright, here we go. And off the line, down off the bump, staying in my lane, and planted. 7.7. Oh, okay, V3 is actually slower than V2 in the drags. I feel good about that time, though. That's even better than I did before. Alright, that is V3.5 Sahara Edition, and it's an off-road spec version. I expect to be able to beat this one quite handily, but, yeah, who knows? Who knows? Seems like the faster I get this thing sorted, the better, but I'm also a terrible driver, and I'm gonna win this one sideways. Okay, different start this time, and we still get a ridiculous wheelie. But the car is a lot more planted, and that's an 8.0, so a little bit slower than what I was dealing with before, but still faster than the Sahara. Alright, it's time to race against the classic version. I personally love this one, but it is a little bit divisive, I would say. A very strange car overall, but I don't know, it's cool. Okay, we start off high, and then we bin it. Okay, the classic is apparently an absolute ripper off the line, but nothing in the top end. 8.7, oof. Well, that's only one more to go. It's the Magnum Opus Carbon up next. So we are going to do a little bit of an extra round after this, because I suspect that the V2 is actually going to be the quickest. Oh, the Carbon is fast, though. Holy crap, it's fast. 7.8. Oh man, okay, never mind. Carbon is actually very nearly as quick as this car that I just made. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch places, and then we're going to try that again. In the hands of the AI, what are they going to be able to do with the Magnum Opus 4? The inline 6 in that thing is so... Okay, this thing is a manual. Oh boy. Uh-oh. That might make a big difference here. But I'm curious to see how this goes. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my goodness, this thing is so fast. Oh, 7.5? No way. Jeez, these things are so close. I do think that the Carbon is a little bit faster, but honestly, I think the only reason why it's faster is because it's a lot more planted. And I'm guessing it has a lot more power. I didn't try to max an inline 6 for this one. However, still, I'm going to claim that at least when it comes to the AI, oh geez, the Magnum Opus 4 is the fastest Magnum Opus, at least in the main line. This car is basically like a Far Cry Blood Dragon to Far Cry 3 scenario. Both games are good, but one of them, I don't know, it's a feature-rich one versus this, which is really just a Carbon variant of another. Well, boys, I gotta say, that was a ton of fun. I really like running this car versus its contemporaries. Basically, the only cars I have that are actually anywhere near its speed and power and just general prowess. That being said, what's your Magnum Opus? What does it look like? Send me some pictures on Discord. Feel free to post them in the new video discussion channel, or talk about it in the comments here if you've made a really cool automation car that you like. But yeah, this is what I've been working on for the past while, and I hope that you have enjoyed it. I just wanted to say I don't take sponsorships lightly. Like, I'm trying to make a video that's quality is good enough to warrant a sponsorship, and that's why this one is so long, and it's been a long time for me in the background working on it. I also wanted to say that I don't pick sponsorships that I don't actually like, so you won't see any crappy mobile game ads on this channel. It's always going to be for products that are real, stuff that's actually useful, things that I think you'll actually want. And that's really what I aspire to be. So as I built my portfolio up a little bit on these sponsorships, I'd encourage you to check them out. I tend to like Canadian companies a little bit more than others, so don't be surprised if you see more Canadian-made, Canadian-owned products on this channel. I'm trying to rep the country I'm from. But boys, I got some more ideas for you next week. No breaks at all. We're right back into more automation stuff. And yeah, I'm excited to see how things go. Thank you for the support recently. Be sure to like this video if you liked it and subscribe to this channel if you want more stuff like this. I am happy to make more variants of this car as automation develops. I will too develop my Magnum Opuses and make them more interesting with every twist and turn. But for now, I'm going to smash this thing into some city traffic, and I will see you guys again next time.